At Coletco for Friday night's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and we are ready to sell. When you're on, be sure to let us know. Let me get this video posted. Let me also go ahead and post it on Instagram. I see that we're live. Let's see. Let's make a post, not a reel for this. Oh, I did it again. I posted that Instagram video without a caption. I'll edit in just a second. All right, let's get all this shared. Let me go over here. Let's go to this. Let's see, sell. And Nashville. Okay, getting it shared. So welcome everybody, Friday night. We've got new vintage arrivals. We've got great new vinyl. And let's see what else we got here. Taylor Swift. There's a few new LPs over here I don't think I've shown yet. Okay, let me go ahead and start getting everything ready. Why am I here? Do I have issues? That's what Jim Engelman said. No, you don't. No, you have a passion. That's called a passion. Let's see. Disturbed, quite right. Megadeth, I'll show those in just a second. Some big restocks there. I wish I would have had those Thursday, or I guess any other night, but didn't expect those in. So, got some great restocks in this crate with more over here, which we'll show in just a second. I'm waiting for a couple videos to post that I just kind of posted some hot videos to tag some comments or tag some links in, and here we go. I posted them without captions. Well, one of them, so having to edit it right quick. Link in our story once we are live. Okay. Let's see. Let me go here. Go here to YouTube. Got our last places to share it, which is YouTube on all of our stories. Is YouTube working, by the way? Last night we ran into some technical difficulties, and we actually didn't really get to have much of a part two. Let me get these links shared everywhere live now. And your stories. And I guess I need a link for this live. And I can post it here. Okay. All right. Now we're ready to start selling. So we're just going to go ahead and knock out this first crate here on the table. I've got new vinyl to show you on Friday night, which is probably going to be the last night we got new stuff, except a few stragglers behind the counter that we don't have priced yet. But first I'm going to go ahead and go through this crate that's front and center. Go ahead and knock it out one more time, see what's in here, and then we'll start with some new stuff, new stuff, and then we're going to go into new vintage stuff. All that is coming up in just a moment. So first, we have a couple Disney records. The first thing is the Hercules soundtrack. That's a new and sealed picture disc, Hercules, $28.99. We also have Pocahontas. That is $28.99. So two Disney soundtracks there. Those are only available on picture disc. Also have Star Wars Stories. This is really cool. Music from The Mandalorian, Rogue One, and Solo. All really good side series from Star Wars, especially The Mandalorian and Rogue One. This is from Music on Vinyl. It's limited to 2,500 on amber colored vinyl. That is $44.99. Star Wars Stories. We have Cactus is limited to 1,000 on red, transparent red colored vinyl. Cactus is $38.99. That's also a new reissue from Music on Vinyl, Cactus. And Steely Dan, Everything Must Go from Analog Productions, 100% analog mastering, 2LP, 45 RPM. Steely Dan is $69.99. The Fall Marshall Suite, $44.99 for the Fall Marshall Suite. This is limited to 1,500 on red vinyl. The Fall is $44.99. Also have Delight World Click. That's also for music on vinyl. Several music on vinyl titles in here so far. $38.99. And one I'm really surprised we hadn't sold out of yet, but we have sold a ton of them to a lot of customers, and that is Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble with In Step, which is just kind of a challenge to find a nice original one. It's just, they're out there, but always a challenge. $39.99. The Crow soundtrack, that's 2LP, $38.99 for the Crow soundtrack. It's actually 3 sides of music on 2 LPs, and the 4th side has a very unique, very cool crow etching. The Crow is $38.99. Megadeth, Peace Sells But Who's Buying? Megadeth is $38.99 for Peace Sells But Who's Buying? And we have Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, 1974 to 1978, $36.99. Steve Miller Band, $36.99. And In Excess The Kick is $29.99. David, I think you and maybe one other person is the only people I've sold the new Steely Dan albums to. That's the only ones. Everybody wants the classic stuff. They want Pretzel Logic, Can't Buy a Thrill, Aja. It's hard to sell anything after Gaucho, which I guess is just those two. U2 War is $31.99. Plus, they're not as cheap, $70, where the other reissues are $35 or $37. The Clash London Calling is $39.99. That's a 2LP from The Clash. London Calling, $39.99. Sonic Youth is $33.99. Sonic Youth Goo. I've only got one of those left for Sonic Youth. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the original by Gene Autry, and that's on red vinyl. Might want to grab that before they're unavailable. $38.99. Rancid is $29.99. Rancid self-titled. And Neck Deep, Rain in July. Neck Deep is a 10th anniversary release on orange vinyl, $28.99. How much was The Crow? The Crow is $38.99. That's a 2LP soundtrack. It's got fantastic music on it, $38.99. Black Flag, Damaged. Black Flag is $36.99. And here's an Iron Maiden album that comes and goes out of print. This is called Brave New World. 2LP gatefold, $54.99 on Iron Maiden. And Tigers of Pantang, a new release from Music on Vinyl. That is $38.99. Tigers of Pantang. And the blue, it actually says the Bluester Cult there. See, I usually put the in front of Bluester Cult just naturally, but Bluester Cult, Tyranny and Mutation, 50th Anniversary Edition on blue vinyl, $44.99. This is a fairly new release. Tears for Fears, The Hurting, $44.99. That's an Abbey Road half-speed master, $44.99. Tears for Fears, The Hurting. And Bob Marley, African Herbsman on yellow and black splatter vinyl. Bob Marley is $29.99. Hank 3, Lovesick, Broken, Driftin', $31.99. And Prince, The Truth, the Raw Acoustic Guitar Charge Collection. Prince is $31.99. And My Morning Jacket live at Bonnaroo, which Bonnaroo just happened. This was back in 2004, June 12th, $39.99. Aja. So there's a certain pressing of Aja that's an OG that sounds really good. There's also the Mo-Fi pressing, which we had last night, we sold. And, of course, Analog Productions is doing the One Step, which is due out, I don't know, end of the year, first of next year, sometime in that neighborhood. Lance Dowdy on Prince. That entire crate, and we can only get Lance Dowdy one Prince record. I'm going to read through those titles one more time. Of course, I think I've been through these about 12 times, so if you're watching, unless you're relatively new, you may have seen these before, but I'm about to bring up some new stuff, and I know some of these will for sure sell. My Morning Jacket, Hank 3, Bob Marley, Tears for Fears, Bluester Cult, Tigers of Pantang, Iron Maiden, Black Flag, Neck Deep, Rancid, Gene Autry, Sonic Youth, The Clash, U2, NXS, Steve Miller Band, Megadeth, The Crow, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Delight, The Fall, Steely Dan, Cactus, Star Wars, Pocahontas, and Hercules. And Lance got Prince. It's the weirdest thing outside right now. The sun is shining and it's raining. The sun is shining and it's raining. Very odd. Very, very odd. Okay, let's bring up a crate of new stuff, and then I've got some that I need to put into a crate. But there's some big restocks in here that we haven't had in a while, so pay close attention. Chris Kirkley says he'll take a Steely Dan, Everything Must Go. That is great. Thank you, Chris Kirkley. I've also got another Analog Productions record that I actually keep underneath this table. I don't know why, but I hadn't shown it in a long time. There may be some people interested, especially if you're a Pink Floyd fan. This is Roger Waters' Amused to Death, and they say, most people say, this is one of the best sounding records you'll ever hear. And I listened to one night. It's good. It's a very great sounding record. Steely Dan is sold to Chris Kirkley, but Roger Waters is called Amused to Death. It's also from Analog Productions, pressed at QRP, $69.99. Roger Waters, Amused to Death. We got a whole crate full of those if anybody's interested. John Smetzer wants a Stevie Ray Vaughan In Step for Music on Vinyl. Sell that to John Smetzer. Thank you. And so we did sell a few things out of there. Great. All right. Let's go through some new stuff. So what I'm finding out, a lot of people keep saying they're not getting notifications like Neil. Make sure if you have a YouTube channel or if you have a YouTube account, you have gone to YouTube and subscribed and turned on notifications. Now, you may not want to watch on YouTube, but if you have notifications turned on in every way, that means you've subscribed to our channel, you've turned on notifications, and then your device, you actually have notifications turned on, then you should be able to get a notification anytime we're live. And that means, hey, they're live, and then you can go over to Facebook, even if you don't want to watch on YouTube, because YouTube definitely sends out notifications. So, YouTube definitely sends out notifications. That's just my suggestion. Smash like and subscribe. That's right. Go over to YouTube because I think that's how a lot of people get notifications. And plus, then you'll get notifications if I ever post a YouTube video, not just when we're live. So, all right, let's see. Quiet Riot, Metal Health. So I knew we had some metal coming up. What I did is a lot of the stuff we had last night and some stuff that I know we're going to have in future sales from that collection. What we do, or what I did, is I went through and I ordered a lot of stuff that I knew we was going to auction or stuff we've had recently to see if it's available on new vinyl. And that's what a lot of this crate is. And there's some really good titles in here. And then some surprise restocks. So first is Quiet Riot, Metal Health from Music on Vinyl, $44.99. Come on, feel the noise. That is new and sealed Quiet Riot, $44.99. We got a restock of Jim Croce, You Don't Mess Around with Jim. We had somebody on a waiting list for that. We've already pulled it. This is a 50th anniversary edition on gold vinyl. Album reached #1 and certified gold. Time in a Bottle, Don't Mess Around with Jim. And, of course, one of the best songs of all time, Operator. Wow. Just an incredible song. I've seen people try to break that lyrically down on YouTube and musically. It's just so good. Ken Helpland on Quiet Riot. That's sold to Ken. Jim Croce. Here's a surprise restock we haven't had in a while. This is Megadeth Dystopia. $29.99 for Megadeth Dystopia. $29.99. I've got 10 of those in stock. Megadeth Dystopia. And also a restock of Disturbed The Sickness, which is $29.99. Disturbed The Sickness, $29.99. There's pretty much hardly anything in stock by Megadeth. It looks like they're printing more because Peace Sells was available forever, and then it went to Rust in Peace, which we still have, and now it looks like they have pressed Dystopia. So I hope some of the other stuff comes back around. A lot of the early or classics type stuff, they don't press too much of that. So, all right, so King got Quiet Riot. Patrick Carter, Jeffrey Walker, James Cohorn, and Anthony Smith on Megadeth. Those are all sold. And then Patrick Carter and Jamie Butler, actually Patrick Carter on Disturbed, and Jamie Butler wants a Dystopia. So that's Megadeth. And Felix Quintanilla also wants a Megadeth, and so does James Bragg, and so does Kelly Cook. Now I have 2 left instead of however many I started with. I do have 2 Disturbs left, and that is $29.99. The Sickness, Down with the Sickness, Disturbed. 1 copy left. No, actually I don't have any copy left. Look, Europe is finally in from Europe. I told everybody they would come. These imports, we do not know when they're coming, these imports. So This was an import. It did not come the release week. It didn't come the next release week. I don't think it come the week after that. These are in, and they'll be on your invoice. I don't sometimes even like posting release dates for imports because these things get held up in customs. They got to come from overseas. You just never know. I had 10 copies, and we had 10 pre-orders. Now, that means these are probably here in the States where I can get them shipped to me now. So if you want a Europe, the Ultimate Collection, they are $36.99. You can go ahead and say Europe. You'll have one most likely next week unless they're all gone, and then we'll have to wait for them again. But Europe, I think when I originally ordered them, we had 3 pre-orders, and then it ended up moving up all the way to 10, and I ordered 10. So I have 0 left. But if you want on a waiting list, we will have them, we'll say next week for the next invoice. That's Europe's Ultimate Collection or their greatest hits. First track is the Final Countdown, $36.99. So those are in. And I can read the pre-order. Let me go grab my other phone. I can pull that up and read that pre-order off. And then I see several claims for some other records in there, but let me get these read off. There's my phone. Must have laid it somewhere. Must be underneath these papers. It is. All right, so the Europe pre-order is, let's see here. Let me close out of a few things here. Get Facebook open, whole lot of records. Europe pre-order. Make sure people don't get a surprise. Some people's like, I don't remember pre-ordering that. Because May 28th, it wasn't too long ago. David Eberly, Paul Brothers, Scotty Hops, Ken Crooker, Todd Tipton, Jamie Shears, James Cohorn, Jerry Stone, Bubby Mercer, Richard Davis. That's 10, and we had 10 come in. Yeah, the original release date's supposed to be June 29th, and we got them today in the mail. So there's that. Okay, the last claim I pulled, Tanner, was Kelly Cook's Dystopia. That means we need to pull Marty Kramer, a Disturbed, and we need to pull Kevin Doxey, a Jim Croce. And the waiting list for Europe is Rebecca Barber, John Duran, Sean Druin, Michelle Phillips. Paul Brothers was already on the pre-order, so we don't need him on there. And let's continue. Big restock from AC/DC, one of their tougher albums always to get. Ballbreaker, $34.99. AC/DC Ballbreaker, $34.99, which originally came out in 1995. That's why it's hard to get on vinyl. AC/DC is $34.99 Ballbreaker. Got a big stack of those. And this is technically a new release, but I think it's a new release because it's on colored vinyl. That's red and black marbled vinyl. Limited edition, only 500 copies made. Dio, live in London, Hammersmith Apollo, 1993, on red and black marbled vinyl. 500 copies made, $29.99. Scotty Hops wants an AC/DC. Anthony Smith on a Dio. 3 people has asked, where's Paul? Y'all trying to get me fired? Paul is, he priced records today. He's already gone for the day. I was thinking about asking him to do another hour for tonight, but we decided that he would just do it again sometime next week, probably 1 or 2 more times next week. Paul is, of course, did the show. He's going to be available anytime I can't be here, like if I have to go out of town for business or vacation or a football game, most likely. I don't take a lot of vacation, but I do go to a lot of football games and a lot of concerts starting this fall. So he'll be here to run the shows. I think y'all caught the first hour, but probably next week, a couple nights, we'll get started at 6 o'clock, especially when we have a lot of new vinyl. He's just trying to practice, and I've done this for so long every night, it's just second nature, but it is kind of a challenge to learn how to do it and get it down into a good flow. So Scotty Hops got AC/DC, Anthony Smith got a Dio, and Rebecca Barber got a Dio. We'll take a waiting list for Dio. Only $29.99, 2 LP, 500 made on red and black marbled vinyl. Anthony and Rebecca, then we got Marco and Darren on the wait list. Mitchell wants an AC/DC. Shane Devers wants a Dystopia by Megadeth. And Shane, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page. We need your email address and mailing address. I don't think I've said your name before, so I think you may be a first-time buyer. That's so to Shane. Do you have any more Limp Bizkit or Tool? Did you comment that in a, have you already claimed some in a flip crate, Eli? If not, I have them right here. I've got Limp Bizkit and Tool, but I posted a couple flip crates last night, and we have a bunch of claims for Tool and Limp Bizkit that I might do here in a minute live so we can get all those pulled and show some of these again. Let's see here. Did I get a year? I think so. I think your name was on that pre-order, Jerry Stone. We had 10 copies. Everybody got one. Let's see here. Let me find that again. I'm pretty sure you were, Jerry. Let's see here. Dan Lippum, also on that Dio, and Paul Brothers. And Dan, if that's your first purchase with that Dio list, we may have those in next week, so go ahead and message us so you're in our system so we can send you an invoice. And John Smetzer wants an AC/DC ball breaker. All right. And this has been out of stock for a while. This is Genesis Invisible Touch. This is $29.99. Genesis Invisible Touch, $29.99. Ken also on that DO waiting list. Okay, here's what's still left in here. This is Quiet Riot Metal Health, $44.99. Quiet Riot Metal Health is $44.99. Music on vinyl. That is a music on vinyl. That's about the only way it is in print and available. Last copy, $44.99. We only have one left. Last copy of Megadeth Dystopia. That is $29.99 last copy. And last copy of Disturbed The Sickness, $29.99. Ken Helplin on the DO wait list. Mark Querum on the AC/DC. And Mark, same thing. If you're a first-time buyer, I see that you're on YouTube, so make sure you go to our website. We're going to share the link with you right now. There's a form you can fill out unless you have a Facebook page. If you have a Facebook page, you can go find us on Facebook, send us a message through Messenger. But if you don't, we'll send you a link where you can fill out a form through our website, and that is sold to Mark Querum, and that is AC/DC Ball Breaker. Those are $34.99. Like I said, this originally came out in 1995, so it's pretty tough to find on vinyl. And then the repress always gets out of stock and not really out of print, but it's just not really available. $34.99. I'll take one of each, just seeing if you still had any available. Let's pull a Limp Bizkit right now, and I'll go ahead and show these for Eli. So I probably will pull up a flip video here in a minute that I posted last night, and we sold a lot of those and a lot of Tool. And I want to make sure whoever commented in the flip video gets those first. But we have some great restocks that I posted last night, 2 whole crate full. So Limp Bizkit is sold to Eli. Darren got an AC/DC earlier, and let's go ahead and give an AC/DC to Randy Scarborough, $34.99. So that brings me to my next record, which is AC/DC Ball Breaker. That is $34.99. And then, like I said, this Genesis Half-Speed Master of Invisible Touch has been out of stock for a while. $29.99 for Invisible Touch. Into Deep, Land of Confusion, and then here's some of my favorites. Domino, Throwing It All Away, and the Brazilian. Those are instrumentals, but they're really good. Did I get a DO or a wait list? You got a DO tonight. You were second, and I had 2. Jerry Stone on AC/DC. Jerry Stone on AC/DC. Any Whitesnake albums? We're about to have a couple brand new Whitesnake albums in just a second. I'm going to go through some of those. Let's see. Let me go ahead and go through... let's see here. What do we need to do? Marty Kramer on Genesis. The vintage stuff's still in the back. We got to go grab that right quick and roll it up here. The 5 or 6 crates of new vintage stuff tonight is still in the back room. We got to go get that. Marty Kramer got Genesis. And I do have more new vinyl. Let me just go ahead and grab some of the new vinyl, and I'll keep going through that. Tanner is still tagging some records. Whenever he gets a free moment, he'll step to the back and wheel up some of the vintage for us. I'll keep showing y'all records in the meantime. I'll also go ahead and introduce a couple Japanese auctions. We got a whole shipment of Japanese stuff, from Japan that we're unboxing right now as well. So let me put a couple more new LPs in here. These are all singles. Like, we only have 1 copy of it. It's stuff that I've restocked. Hopefully we can take waiting lists. So if you get the first one, you got it. And there's some stuff in here I only got 1 copy of, and then we can take waiting lists for the next invoice for the next week. All right, we have Brian White on Genesis. Let's sell Brian White on Genesis. Marty Kramer also got 1. Any Red Fang or Fu Manchu still available? I honestly do not know if those were sold last night, or if those were shown last night. There's a good chance they're sold. And was there any other questions? I saw a lot of questions, and anybody new kind of watching, couple things about the show. We really don't do requests because I don't really know where anything's at. Sometimes I do if it's new vinyl. If it's anything vintage, there's a good chance I have it, but here's how we do things. We set up a crate. We go through it. I really don't know what's in here, and neither do you. And we run auctions too. So it's like just look at the draw. And if you saw something in a Facebook post, you might want to make sure you're tuned in that night, because most of the stuff on Facebook, if it's a good record, it's not going to be left around. We sell stuff immediately, especially if it's metal, thrash, or hard rock, or hair metal. All that stuff gets gone immediately. Make sure you tune in the night that's in that. All right, so we have Bruce Lee, original soundtrack from Enter the Dragon. Let's go ahead and start some new Japanese pressings. And like I said, we're just going to go through crates. Late at night, sometimes we do requests, or do you have this, or do you have that? And I'll be able to answer questions, but we try to go through as much as possible, just showing what we have. $35 start. $35 start for Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon. No preview on the Japanese bin because we don't even have it unboxed yet. We're literally pulling them out of the box. So, David, you're just going to have to stick around for 4 hours. I know you will anyway. Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon. Very cool soundtrack. $35 start with Obi. That's very cool. $35 start. That's up for auction. Okay, now, new stuff in here. We have Halloween, Walls of Jericho. These are all imports. I think if we have a Halloween album tonight, it's technically an import. Halloween is $44.99. 4 Non-Blondes, Bigger, Better, Faster, and More. 4 Non-Blondes is $29.99. Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier, is $49.99. Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier, $49.99. I've got 2 of those, The Final Frontier and Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons is $29.99. Can't get any heavier than Nickelback, right, Tanner? That is about as heavy as some of the music we've had all week. Goodness gracious. Yeah, put on your neck brace. You're going to need it listening to Nickelback. Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. I'm going to pull up my laptop because I think we may have a couple waiting lists for a couple of these that I've shown that I've kind of forgot about, especially 4 Non-Blondes. Let me look up 4 Non-Blondes right quick. We already pulled those, so this may be an extra. Yeah, I think it is. Blondes, yeah. 4 Non-Blondes has already been pulled, so James Bragg gets that one. Brian C's at $35 on Bruce Lee. We have James Bragg on 4 Non-Blondes. That's so to James Bragg. Next is Kelly Cook. I'll put you on a waiting list for 4 Non-Blondes. And Colin Butler, you're at $35 on Bruce Lee. Yeah, you can just park those right there. That'll be fine. Okay, AC/DC is $34.99. Ball Breaker, I have 3 copies left of Ball Breaker, $34.99. Motorhead, Overkill. Motorhead is $26.99. Testament from Music on Vinyl, that's called the Legacy Testament. Lots of people have been asking about Testament. That's $44.99 for the Legacy. And Avenged Sevenfold. The other night, this was in a putback bin. I showed it and 3 people wanted it. Here's another one. City of Evil on translucent red vinyl. $36.99. Colin Butler's at $36 on Bruce Lee. Jesse James wants an Iron Maiden. Now, Jesse James, I think I've sold a record to Jesse James before, but I don't know if it's the same Jesse James. Jesse, let me know if you're a first-time buyer, and if you are, I'll give you instructions, but you do get the Iron Maiden here. That's sold to you. That was the Final Frontier. Next is Sean on Testament. These are $44.99, and here's how this crate's going to work. I've got a lot of just first-time single restocks. So if you want one, claim it. Most of this, if I only ordered 1, that means I know for sure I can get more. So it's just like you're buying it tonight. I know I can get more, but you probably won't be invoiced until the next week because anything tonight won't be delivered again until Monday or Tuesday to start the new invoicing cycle for next week. So it may also help you if you're on a waiting list tonight with your invoice, if you've already got a hefty one from this week. So Testament is sold to Sean Druin. He was next on that. Dan Benedict, that was $44.99, and just let me know if you want on a waiting list. Eli Tomlinson on Avenged Sevenfold, that's sold to Eli. Shane Devers on Motorhead. I think Shane just bought, he's a new buyer, but he just bought something earlier. He gets Motorhead. And Jesse James is the first time. Okay, so just make sure, if you hadn't heard me say already, make sure you message our page. That is Collect Code. We need a message with your email address and your mailing address. Brian C's at $38 on Bruce Leroy. Eric Smalley also wants an Iron Maiden Final Frontier, and I am now sold out of that one. That was my second and last copy. Patrick Carter on Testament, the Legacy waiting list. Darren Wortman on Avenged Sevenfold waiting list. And Sean says he'll pass on Testament, give it to the next person. Brett says he'll take Testament and let's see here. Next record is Brutus Priest. Judas Priest, $29.99. That's Sin After Sin. And Whitesnake is $59.99. I want to say the price first because this is an import. The other night I was just talking about this album. I was like, you know what? I wish they would press 1987 Whitesnake just like this. Well, they kind of do. It's a 30th anniversary edition. It's an import only. It's a 2 LP. It's remastered, and it has previously unreleased live tracks and remixes. So, pretty cool. Whitesnake, and that is the classic 1987 Whitesnake album. That's an import 2 LP with bonus and live tracks, $59.99. So, now, there was a lot of activity there. Sean didn't get the Testament, so that is sold to Patrick Carter. So, Patrick Carter, you got the Testament Legacy. And then Brett's on the waiting list, and Dan's going to let us know if he wants on the waiting list as well. $44.99. Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $33.99. And another Avenged Sevenfold, that is Nightmare on blue vinyl. Avenged Sevenfold, $36.99. That is blue vinyl. And another Testament, this is Low, $44.99. Music on vinyl. All these Music on Vinyl titles are technically imports too, but Testament is $44.99. Darren Wortman on Whitesnake. So that's the 1987. That's sold to Darren Wortman. Patrick Carter on Avenged Sevenfold, and Sean on Low. And I think Shane was second on Avenged Sevenfold. We'll put him on a waiting list, and Paul Brothers on a waiting list for Whitesnake. I'm also kind of doing some experiments. I'm like, okay, well, if we've sold 3 of these tonight, first time showing it, instead of ordering 1 extra next time, I'll probably order like 5 more extras, probably on some of these like Whitesnake and Avenged Sevenfold and others. Man, we got some great Japanese stuff over here that has not been advertised, has never been shown. I'm going to show some of it right now. Boy, look how, hope our Star Trek viewers is on. Look how nice this is. I might want to keep this myself, but it's up for auction. Let's go ahead and do a final call on Bruce Lee. I wonder where Adam Stein and George Somers are at. Hadn't seen it. Well, Adam Stein was on last night. I hadn't seen George in a while. Brian C. is at $38 on Bruce Lee. Enter the Dragon, Japanese pressing. $38, going twice, going 3 times to Brian C. Speaking of soundtracks, I have another one. Star Trek, the original motion picture soundtrack as a Japanese pressing. I don't think I've ever had this before. It's a $45 start, and it's beautiful. As you can see, really cool cover. Has a Japanese insert booklet with it, 2-page flip. That's really cool. And another booklet, or is this an inner sleeve? That's an inner sleeve. That's an inner sleeve, and the vinyl is near mint and pristine Japanese quality. Star Trek, the motion picture soundtrack. That's got the insert, the inner sleeve, mint vinyl, near mint cover of Obi, $45 start on that. Okay, we had I guess we had an OG of this the other night. This is in print as a reissue on clear vinyl, Carnivore, $28.99. Carnivore, $28.99. And another soundtrack, Godzilla, $33.99 for Godzilla. And I have a whole nother stack of metal restocks I'm about to bring over here and fill up this bin again. I've got about 2 more handfuls, and then we'll start our first crate of vintage. But I knew I had so many, had so many of these new restocks that I really was excited to show. I spent a lot of time going through the heavy metal category looking for a lot of these that I knew we were going to have OGs of. So, all right, so new bid. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Paul Brothers was the last thing I said. Whitesnake waiting list. Let's see. Eric wants an Avenged Sevenfold Hell to the King. I guess that's a waiting list. Colin Butler's back in on Bruce Lee at 39. So Brian C., you're out. Paul's at 45 on the Star Trek. Brett is first on Carnivore. Brett's on first on Carnivore. And Shane Devers wants Ace of Spades. Motorhead, Ace of Spades. That's so does Shane Devers. And Troy is getting the last copy of Disturbed. Troy Shark, last copy of Disturbed. Now, new stuff. Testament, Souls of Black. $44.99 for Testament, Souls of Black. There was somebody the other night that hopped on that kind of sparked me to order some of these Testament reissues, and that was Sean McNeil. So Sean McNeil, this is, I already got one pulled for you. Hey, he just commented. And then Sean, I've shown 3 other Testament records, but we've already sold out of them. So Testament, Souls of Black is $44.99. Troy got a Disturbed. Patrick Carter got a Testament, Souls of Black. Sean, I've already got one pulled for you. You was on a waiting list. So those 2 Testament records you claimed the other night. I've got both of those for you for this week's invoice. And then Eric Storbick, I'll put you on a waiting list for Testament Souls of Black. Brian C's back in on Bruce Lee at 41. And final call on Star Trek for 45. Wendy O. Williams, wow. She's actually got herself covered up there. $26.99. $26.99. Wendy O. Williams, WOW. Wow. Produced by Gene Simmons with special guest Ace Frehley, featuring It's My Life and I Love Sex and Rock and Roll. $26.99. Brandon Jackson said, wow, meaning he wants a copy of Wendy O. Williams, and so does Brian Tyler. These are only $26.99. They're in stock and available. I've only got 2 copies, but if you want on a waiting list for next week, you can comment right now. Halloween, Keeper of the 7 Keys, Part 1, $44.99, gatefold import, new and sealed. Wendy O. Williams only had 2, so everybody else will be a waiting list, and those will be in next week. And what was the question here? So, Collins, I think for sure out this time on Bruce Lee. So final call on that 41, and now for sure a final call on Star Trek for 45. The other testaments were Low, The Legacy. I guess Low and The Legacy. Was there another testament? The Legacy. We have a waiting list for The Legacy. Music on vinyl, $44.99. And Low, also music on vinyl, $44.99. I think that's the only ones I can get right now that's in stock. So Paul Beal on the WoW waiting list, Sean on Souls of Black waiting list, and Dan Benedict on Souls of Black waiting list. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, $44.99. 2 LP Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, 16 tracks newly remixed. Now that doesn't mean re-recorded, it's just a new mix and remastered. So that's Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, $44.99. I know sometimes we've had some like Greatest Hits albums recently, like who was it? It's one of these artists, and I didn't even realize it. It was completely recut tracks, but these are just remixed, like a different mix of the sound. Robert Plant, Lullaby and the Ceaseless War, $38.99. Lullaby and the Ceaseless War. And Korn is $56.99. Korn self-titled 2 LP, music on vinyl, $56.99. 2 more, Motorhead Bomber, $26.99, and Wasp, The Last Command, $44.99. Okay, I think we have a new bid on Star Trek at 48. Let me go back up to the top. So we had the Wow Wow and Sean. Let's see, Sean on the Souls of Black waiting list. Paul Beal on the Wendy O. Williams waiting list. Brian White is at 48 on Star Trek. So Paul Brothers, you're out. Dan Benedict did not want on Souls of Black waiting list. Sean McNeil does. He wants on the waiting list for Low and Testament. At the Legacy. Low and the Legacy. Jerry Stone wants an Ace Frehley solo album. Jerry, I've got those around here somewhere. Let me find one of those for you. I think it's in this bin. We've sold a lot this week, though, of those. Here they are. I was going to see what other Avenged Sevenfold we still had left, too, since we've been selling some of those. I have Sounding the Seventh Trumpet. I've got Avenged Sevenfold, Sound of the Seventh Trumpet. This is sold to Jerry Stone. That was the next. And Tracy McFadden wants a Motorhead Bomber. That's sold to Tracy McFadden. Paul Brothers is at 50 on Star Trek. Wasp is $44.99. That was a heck of a... We've been in the same crate just because I keep refilling it. I got one more handful, but it's only one title. It's not metal, but I have a feeling it might sell out because we haven't had this one by this female sensation in a long time. It's been out of print. Somebody asked about it the other night. Taylor Swift Reputation, $49.99, back in stock. I've got 5 copies. They're $49.99. It comes as a picture disc. 2 LP picture disc, Taylor Swift Reputation, $49.99. The Godzilla soundtrack was, it's already been claimed, hasn't it? Godzilla is just, it's just one of those movies. I don't know which one, but it's a soundtrack from one of those movies. Have we not sold Godzilla? So it still must be in here. I pulled it out for somebody. Yep, it's in here. Godzilla. Yeah, this is original soundtrack. I'm not for sure which film this is. I guess there's only, well, from this era, I think there's a couple, right? But that is $33.99. All right, so let me recap this crate, and then we're going to get into some new vintage stuff, which we've got some great new vintage stuff. Let me take a drink of, what do I have over here tonight? Diet Pepsi from Panera. very thirsty already. Okay. Now, we can go ahead and sell Bruce Lee. This one's for sure done. The Bruce Lee soundtrack is sold to Brian C. for $41. Bruce Lee is gone. Now, over here we had Star Trek. Brian White bid $48, and then Paul Brothers was back in on $50. Next is the Taylor Swifts. Eli Tomlinson wants one, Paul Brothers wants one, and Shelby Hurt wants one. So that was where my feed stops. And First Film, and John Duran says he'll take Godzilla. That's sold to John Duran. We have, let's go through this crate one more time. This is all the metal restocks. Plus, if you're here because you've seen the hype video I posted right before we went live, this is what's left. Quiet Riot, Metal Health, $44.99. Music on vinyl, last copy. We have Megadeth Dystopia, $29.99. Last copy. AC/DC Ballbreaker, 3 copies left, $34.99. Ballbreaker from 1995. Genesis Invisible Touch, Half-Speed Master, back in stock. Last copy, $29.99. David Eberly wants Quiet Riot. Brian White's at $52 on Star Trek. So Paul Brothers, you're out. Do you ever get any 1,000 horses? I think I checked on that and I was not able to. Or I back ordered them and we're waiting for them to arrive. Halloween, Walls of Jericho, $44.99. Halloween, Walls of Jericho. Eric wants a ball breaker. Paul Brothers is out on Star Trek. This is a mint Japanese pressing. Final call to Brian White, $52, and then I'll put up 2 new Japanese pressings. Let me get this out of the way. We do have Roger Waters from Pink Floyd, Amused to Death from Analog Productions. Those are $69.99. Did you need something, Tanner, before I get into a... No, that Great White that was from something we were talking about. Yeah. Eric Smalley on Megadeth. So that's now sold out. Everything we sell out of will be a waiting list. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Come on, we got to have at least one person. There's nothing wrong with this. $29.99. Look at this photograph. If everyone cared, Far Away, and of course Rockstar. Marty Ellis, that was my last copy of Megadeth, but if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Judas Priest, Sin After Sin, $29.99. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, $44.99. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits, $44.99. We have Robert Plant, Lullaby and the Ceaseless Roar, $38.99 for Robert Plant. Korn, $56.99. Korn, $56.99. 2 LP Music on Vinyl. Wasp is $44.99. The Last Command. 2 copies left of Taylor Swift. I don't know if is it Chris Kirkley that asked last night? Chris, Reputation picture disc, $49.99. All right, let's sell Star Trek to Brian White for $52. And we had a bunch of waiting lists. There's a bunch of waiting lists. So make sure you're tuned in, I guess, next Monday and Tuesday. There was this many more just single titles, metal type stuff that we all have waiting lists for. So restocks will come, and I'll know how many extras to order now next week. And I may go ahead and read some of those off in just a second. Vintage. Oh, Jake brought it up here. I was like, where is it at? I think this is half of it. There's 3 crates here. Let me take a look at what this first crate is. Make sure there's nothing in here that I need to auction or that I want to keep. Or let's see here. Wow, there's some great titles. This looks like some of these collections we picked up recently. A lot of rock, classic rock. Ooh, Queen and Shrink Wrap, debut album. That's definitely an auction item. Probably Sheer Heart Attack is too. I was wondering where those Queen records were. I remember the guy when we was up in, when I went to Wisconsin to look at these, that guy, he was telling me, he said, man, there's some Queen albums in here that are just like perfect in the wrapper. And I knew exactly what he was talking about. Tool Lateralis, I'm good for the night. Okay. Tool, I'll take a Cult Hidden City and Scorpion's Virgin Killer. So yeah, here, after I go through this crate of vintage, here's what I'm going to do. I got this crate, and actually, Tanner, some of these may be spoken for. I was going to pull the wait list first, or the flip video. So Eli, there was a flip video, and those people have claimed those first technically. So I'm going to go through the flip video first. Unless we have an extra copy, I'll get you one next week. But I may have more than one. But I think somebody claimed in the flip video, I'll take one each of all the tools. And if they do, they technically got dibs. I hadn't shown any of that, so we can go through those again. So Devin Reese on Robert Plant. That was a little buy on the Ceaseless Roar. So I'm going to go through that. And but Eli, I'll let you know on that. And that's sold to Devin Reese. Okay, Colin Butler said, ouch, he must have stubbed his toe. First record is T-Rex. We sold one of these the other night. This is T-Rex, $49.99. Electric Warrior, 1971 Terre Haute, $49.99. Electric Warrior. We sold one of these the other night in a buy it now best offer bin. I couldn't believe it didn't sell. Here's another one, Bang a Gong, Get It On. And I've also got T-Rex. This is in shrink wrap, $34.99. The Slider in shrink wrap, $34.99. Chad, did you see my post? I'll take the Colt Hidden City and Scorpions Virgin Killers. Paul, you got it. Now, I don't think those have been claimed. I know the Scorpions we still got extras of. There's the Colt Hidden City for Jerry Stone. And let me pull a Virgin Killers right here, and that is a Scorpions colored vinyl. I ate all my Panera too fast earlier. I've got one left. This is a new reissue on colored vinyl, 180 gram remaster with a soft touch sleeve. One left. Those are sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you. Now, Colin's first on T-Rex. Colin, let me know if you want Electric Warrior, what I also call Bang a Gong, and I've got Slider. He wants both. Good decision. Nigel Del Rocket was second. Let me grab this Queen record if I can. Yeah, this looks amazing. Queen's debut in shrink wrap. There's another one there, Sheer Heart Attack. This is going to be a $45 start. I have a feeling this is nice. Boy, it certainly looks like it. Yeah, this is definitely from that Wisconsin batch 1. Wherever this guy bought a lot of these originally, it has a lot of that price tag on it. It's just this white price tag that says $4.50. Now it's a $45 start because it's mint and it's in shrink wrap. I don't have any notes on the type of pressing, but that's a beautiful copy. Butterfly label, $45 start on Queen self-titled. Just very, very nice. We have Huey Lewis. Now, back to the crate. Huey Lewis and the News 4, that's $19.99. I Love ABBA. I've never seen this before. It's interesting. Contains Cassandra and Should I Laugh or Cry, previously unreleased. $29.99. I Love ABBA. Never seen that before. $29.99. And The Police, Ghost in the Machine. $24.99. The Police, Ghost in the Machine. Bad Company. This needs to be put up for auction because it looks awfully nice. I'll just go ahead and price it. I'll go ahead and put it up for auction. We don't have anything else. Bad Company's a $20 start. It looks really nice. It is. The vinyl is about EX Plus. It does have a couple scuffs on it. It looks like about a VG Plus cover. It looks like it was detached right here. It needs to be glued back. We've had some of these before, mint. And this one overall, the cover and stuff, VG or VG Plus. The vinyl's nice though. $20 start. That's an album that has not been reissued in a while, and I don't know why. It definitely needs to be. So there is a Bad Company's hits, but some people want that full album. Ben Byram wants Huey Lewis. Ben, are you a first-time buyer? I don't think I've ever said your name before. I think we were almost at a record. We're on a record this week of first-time buyers. I mean, we have had so many first-time buyers. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Ben, if you are, thank you. Make sure you message our page. We're just getting started. It's 8/13. We have like 6 crates of new vintage stuff to go through. I've got a whole box of Japanese stuff and plenty of new vinyl to go through. We've had a great restock of new vinyl this week. A lot of it's gone, but we still have some great stuff left. Spirit is $29.99. I don't see this one too often. It looks like it's self-titled. Jay Ferguson from Spirit, $29.99. It's on an orange Epic label, $29.99. Let me move my camera just a tad right there. All right, we have JoJo Gunn, $14.99 on JoJo Gunn. And Unicorn T-Rex, $49.99 in shrink wrap. This is T-Rex Unicorn in shrink wrap, $49.99. We got 2 auctions up for bid right now. We have a Bad Company with Mark Querum at $20. About a VG Plus cover and EX vinyl. That's going twice, going 3 times to Mark Querum. And Queen is no bid. It's a debut in shrink wrap near mint, looking for a $45 start. Quite a few seasoned veterans. Yes, we got some people also that's been tuning in for like 3 years every night. We got those people on too, and I appreciate it. Abby Billington wants Unicorn, aka T-Rex. That's sold to Abby Billington. We have The Best of the Lovin' Spoonful, which is a 2 LP compilation. The Best of the Lovin' Spoonful, $22.99. And Blows Against the Empire, Jefferson Starship, $14.99. Blows Against the Empire, Jefferson Starship, $14.99. Hums of the Lovin' Spoonful, $12.99. That's one of their studio albums. The Association is $14.99. The Association. And Queen, A Day at the Races, is $34.99. Does have a punch hole cover. Very nice vinyl though. $34.99 for Queen, Day at the Races. Bob Dylan, Saved, $34.99 for Bob Dylan, Saved. And Gordon Lightfoot, don't think I've ever seen that one before. East of Midnight. East of Midnight, $19.99 from 1986. Gordon Lightfoot, East of Midnight. Huey Lewis and the News, Small World, $19.99 for Huey Lewis and the News. And Steppenwolf Monster, $19.99. Steppenwolf Monster. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, in shrink wrap, just $19.99. Near mint copy in shrink wrap. Steve Miller Band and Trafficked Low Spark of High Heeled Boys, and that is $19.99. Not a die cut cover on that one. $19.99. We have Jefferson Starship, Earth, $14.99. Jefferson Starship, Earth. And Jason and the Scorchers, Still Standing. Jason and the Scorchers, $19.99. Now, back up to the top. Last claim was Abby on T-Rex. That's been claimed. If you're coming to pick up in the store and you want a sticker, just let my mother or Ed or whoever's behind the counter, let them know, can I please get a sticker? And they will give you one if you're picking up your order. Yes. Let me get back over here where I was at. Okay, we did have a new bid on Bad Company. Shane Devers is at $22. So Mark, you're out on Bad Company. Shane now has that for $22. So if you're done bidding, say out on Bad Company, or you can bid again. Is Queen written in gold on this one? On the Day at the Races? Which one are you referring to, Sam? Lance Dowdy wanted Traffic, Low Spark. That's sold to Lance. Craig Johnson's at $45 on Queen. So we do have a bid on Queen. Ian wants Steve Miller Band. Nice copy there. That's sold to Ian. And we have, let's see here. Ian, let's see, where are we at? I lost my place. Ian got Steve Miller Band, and then John Smetzer wants the Jefferson Starship. That's sold to John Smetzer. Mark's out on Bad Company. Jason's in at $24, and Queen self-titled. Queen is in white font on the front. It's in shrink wrap. The vinyl is near mint. It's on a Butterfly Electra label. And in the dead wax, it says Bertra at AU, if that helps with any kind of research. Bertra at AU. John Lills at $46. Michael Nass at $47. Shane's back in on Bad Company at $25. Craig's at $50 on Queen. Back to the crate. The Rolling Stones, Some Girl, $64.99. Unedited cover, $64.99. So there's several covers of this. There's edited and unedited. And then there's also unedited black and white, and then unedited in color. I like the unedited in color if I'm just like purely by visual. I like that one. $64.99. It's a very nice copy. I'm sure that's from Wisconsin. David Lindley and El Rayo X. David Lindley is $19.99. So high bid on Bad Company is $25, and high bid on Queen is $50. John Cougar Mellencamp. John Cougar is $19.99. Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog, is $19.99 for Joni Mitchell. And Tiger, in shrink wrap, $19.99. Tiger, in shrink wrap, $19.99. That's interesting. Never seen that before. Brent Robley, first on David Lindley. There's Brent Robley. John Lennon, Shaved Fish, which is like a hits compilation. That is $24.99 for John Lennon compilation. Juice Newton, Old Flame. Juice Newton is $9.99. REO Speedwagon, You Can Tune a Piano, $19.99. We got a couple people out. Jason's out on Bad Company. Michael Nass out on Queen. So now, final call on Queen and final call on Bad Company. John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic, $19.99. George Benson, Shape of Things to Come. George Benson's $19.99. And Bonnie Tyler, Faster Than the Speed of Night, $9.99. Molly Hatchet, Beating the Odds, $19.99. I meant to share with the group, but the cover to Molly Hatchet, self-titled, the original Frank Frazetta artwork sold at Heritage Auctions last weekend for like $6.2 million. So that makes it the most expensive comic art ever sold, and also probably the most expensive art to an album cover, I would think. I mean, the original artwork. So very cool, Frank Frazetta. But yeah, that shows you how much in demand his artwork is. The original Molly Hatchet cover, that artwork with the Viking, it looks like he's running through the cave or whatever. That sold for like 6.2, I think around 6 million last weekend at Heritage in Texas. Mark is first on Molly Hatchet. Very high in demand. We also got some Frank Frazetta toys, some statues. I'm really surprised we hadn't sold them yet, but I really haven't advertised them. So more than Warhol. I guess that's true. Where's the original banana artwork at? I don't know if there was an original painting though. So I don't know if he actually painted that somewhere. I think that was just like a design, but I'm sure if you had like his sketches or something, those would be a fortune. So Mark got Molly Hatchet, Queens at 55, and we're about to sell Bad Company. We have Steve Miller Band, Living in the USA. Steve Miller Band, Living in the USA, 1999. Status Quo is in shrink wrap, $34.99. Status Quo, $34.99. And Robert Plant, Pictures at 11. Robert Plant is $19.99. Pictures at 11. We've been selling a lot of the Robert Plant solo albums. We've already sold a new one tonight. Here's another one. I like that one myself personally. And the Beatles Live at the Star Club in Hamburg, Germany, $34.99. Queen is at $60. Let's go ahead and sell Bad Company though, because I got a lot of Japanese stuff to sell. Shane Devers gets Bad Company for $25. That's sold to Shane. All right, Steve Miller Band that was Living in the USA, which is a reissue. This purple thing here, this was a 2-in-1 pack originally, and that is $19.99. That's Living in the USA. James Bragg wants Robert Plant. That's sold to James Bragg. So we got a bid war going on Queen between John and Craig. Craig has it for $60. And we have Roy Orbison. This is 180 gram. Lonely and Blue, $24.99. Roy Orbison, Lonely and Blue. And Marvin Gaye Super Hits. Very cool. $29.99. Very clean. I guess somebody wrote their name right here. It kind of blends in, but Jassy, maybe? Very clean vinyl, though, for what that is. $29.99. Gordon Lightfoot Shadows is $19.99. And John Lennon Plastic Ono Band. Very nice with poster. Has the poster. $29.99. Very nice with poster. Somebody asked, what was the Godzilla? That was the Godzilla soundtrack to the original movie. We are sold out of it, but that was, well, I can show it. We have a waiting list for it. It is $33.99. Tanner's going to show it to us. Wow, this is a unique looking Japanese deal. Let's take a look at this thing. This is really odd looking. Yeah, look at this. I know in the U.S. it comes as a 10-inch, but I'm trying to figure out what they've done here with this Cheap Trick record. Yeah, so this Obi comes out. I guess they've got it tucked. I guess they've just made it an oblong cover. Pretty unique. So yeah, it's still a 10-inch vinyl, but they've made it a lot taller, as you can see. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. This is going to be a, we'll do a $45 start on this. Is it just as tall as the regular? Yeah, it's about, yeah, it's the same height as an LP. It's just a lot shorter. So, yeah, Cheap Trick. Found all the parts, 76, 77, 76, 77, 78, 79. Has the Obi, which that tucks down in there, and the Obi's at the top. And I'll keep it like this for right now. Cheap Trick, never seen that before. Very unique. It's like looks like a file folder. It's about the same size as a manila file folder. That's a $45 start. Cheap Trick. There's the Godzilla. If anybody's interested, it's $33.99 if you want on the waiting list. Godzilla, $33.99. I always think of Blue Oyster Cult. Okay, back up to the top. Angela Leckington wants John Lennon. John Young wants Orbison. Mark was second on John Lennon. Angela, I got you down for John Lennon. And we have Rufus and Shaka Khan Live. 2LP, $14.99. Rufus and Shaka Khan Live. Richard Torrance is $14.99. And we have the Kinks, One from the Road, $24.99. John Lill, let me know if you're in or out on Queen. Craig has that for $60. That's going twice, going 3 times. If you say out, I'm going to sell that to him. I didn't pull Orbison. What did I pull for John Young? Then let's see, there's Roy Orbison. Oh, I pulled Gordon Lightfoot. Pretty much the same thing. Pretty much the same thing. Okay, Songs of Christofferson, $14.99. Songs of Christofferson. And Lance Dowdy wants Rufus. That's sold to Lance Dowdy. My Labors, Nick Grave Knights. That's a 69 Terre Haute press, $44.99. My Labors, Nick Grave Knights, Columbia 2i, $44.99. And Bachman Turner Overdrive 2, $14.99. REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. Looks like a really nice copy, $19.99. John Lil's out on Queen. That is sold to Craig Johnson Thomas. Craig Johnson for $60. And if anybody wants in on the oddly shaped Cheap Trick record, that's a $45 start on Cheap Trick. Joseph Felicetti on REO Speedwagon. Next U.S. pressing auction is Queen Sheer Heart Attack. Another one in shrink wrap. It has an original price tag down there. This one looks more so, wow, this is really nice. It still has the insert wrapped around the inner sleeve. Very nice cover. Also a $45 start on this one. This has the insert / poster with it. Queen Sheer Heart Attack. Beautiful vinyl. I can promise you that's from that Wisconsin collection. That's up for bid, $45. And we just got a $45 bid on Cheap Trick with Michael Nath. I'm going to read through these titles one more time. There's some good ones in here. There's some great titles still left. I think we've got 5 more crates of vintage to go through. A lot of great stuff tonight. So, we have I Love ABBA. Never seen that or had that before. $29.99. The Police, Ghost in the Machine. $24.99. Spirit, 2LP, 2-in-1 kind of repackaged. $29.99. JoJo Gunn, The Best of the Lovin' Spoonful. Jefferson Starship, Blows Against the Empire. Hums of the Lovin' Spoonful. If you need any prices on anything, let me know. The Association, Queen, A Day at the Races is $34.99. Queen, A Day at the Races, $34.99. Tracy Miller wants ABBA. That's sold to Tracy Miller. We have Bob Dylan, Saved. Gordon Lightfoot, East of Midnight. That's one I don't think I've ever had before. Huey Lewis and the News, Small World. Steppenwolf Monster. Jason and the Scorchers was $19.99. Some Girls, $64.99. The Rolling Stones. John Cougar Mellencamp. Joni Mitchell. Tiger. John Lennon. Juice Newton. Somebody asked to see this earlier. Old Flame. Juice Newton is $9.99. Near Mint. REO Speedwagon. You can tune a fish. $19.99. So was John Barleycorn and George Benson. Bonnie Tyler. Status Quo. The Beatles Live at the Star Club. Somebody wants to know, how does this actually sound? I don't know if I've ever listened to that before. Or I've listened to it maybe in a different format. I don't know if I've actually listened to this exact one like this. Steve Miller Band, Living in the USA. Marvin Gaye Super Hits is still available. I heard it through the grapevine. Too Busy Thinking About My Baby. That's just the way it is. How Sweet It Is. I'll Be Doggone. That's $29.99. Richard Torrance, The Kinks. Gordon Lightfoot, Christofferson. My Labors, Bachman Turner Overdrive, Mike Labors, Nick Grave Knights. Okay. All right, we have Cheap Trick sold for $45 to Michael Nath. That's sold to Michael Nath. And final call. I'm not going to make this a buy it now yet. Final call if you do want to bid on Queen. $45 start on that one. All right. Now, let me go through, let's go through some new vinyl right over here. Let me pull up a flip video right quick on this. And let me do that. By the way, I've posted several great pre-orders from Music on Vinyl. We've got Puddle of Mud is now up for pre-order. That's a new Music on Vinyl release coming out at the end of July. That's called Life on Display. That's in our group. If you're not in our Facebook group, let me know and we can send you a link. We've already got 24 pre-orders on this. I figured it would be popular. Extreme 3. Extreme 3 is being reissued. Sides to every story. That's $46.99 also for Music on Vinyl. And Music on Vinyl's done it again with another collected. This is Soul Collected, not Motown Collected. This is Soul Collected. There is some Motown artists on here, but it's mostly focusing on stuff that was not on the Motown label. So that's $44.99. And let me figure out what I've done with this flip video that I posted last night so we can go through that, which is right here. Let's go through some new vinyl very quickly, and then I've got some new vintage stuff to go through. So let's see. We need Chris Cornell, Smith, Beck Odelay, Chris Cornell, Lateralis, Limp Bizkit, Chris Cornell, Rage Against the Machine, Limp Bizkit, and Lincoln Park Tool Lateralus, Rage Against the Machine. I'll remember those as I get to them. Let's see what we have out here. Let's see what we have here. We have Queen is a final call at $45. And let's grab a new Japanese pressing. I have, ooh, oh man. I've never had this as a Japanese pressing. This looks really cool. This is a $75 start. This is the Beatles, Yesterday and Today, Japanese pressing with Obi. Wow, they released it as a gatefold in Japan. $75 start on this, the Beatles, Yesterday and Today. Now let me check the vinyl on this one. I don't know if it, ooh, it's red vinyl too. That's amazing. Red vinyl, Yesterday and Today. The Beatles, red vinyl, Yesterday and Today. It has one mark right here. Very, very cool. Yeah, and side 2 doesn't have a mark on it. Take a look at that. Very, very nice. That is pretty much near mint minus, Yesterday and Today on red vinyl. I'm going to put that back in this original black inner sleeve that it came in from Apple. It also is complete with insert. It's a gatefold cover with Obi, and that is a $75 start. Yesterday and Today, red vinyl, Japanese pressing. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. The Obi is just really, if you slide it over just a hair, it's, yeah, there's no really any damage with it. Red vinyl, $75 start. Please don't be it. I might want to keep that. Okay, so first thing we have in here is Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. I've got 4 copies left, but I'm about to have less. Limp Bizkit, let's tag one, please, for Alistair Reese. Alistair Reese on Limp Bizkit, he gets one. That's $44.99. That's called Significant Other. There's 2 copies. There's 2 claims in the group. Matt Scheiker also wants one. Matt Scheiker gets a Limp Bizkit. Now I have 2 copies left of Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, $44.99. This isn't Rage Against the Machine. The Monkees' Greatest Hits, $28.99 for the Monkees' Greatest Hits. That's actually a new release. I guess it's a remaster, $28.99. Tigers of Pantang is $29.99. And there was a pre-order for this. I still hadn't pulled it up yet. Danzig, which is 777 I Luciferus. Danzig 777 I Luciferus. One person on. Okay. That might be something different because there was actually a pre-order for this Danzig a long time ago. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, this one right here. There was Ryan Anderson and Chuck Wilson. And Tony, no, that was a different title. So those are sold. Yeah. Ryan Anderson and Tony Riddle on those 2. So I don't know who you pulled, but that's Ryan Anderson's. Okay, Ryan Anderson and Tony Riddle. All right, let's make Queen a buy it now. Queen Sheer Heart Attack is a $45 buy it now. Queen Sheer Heart Attack is a $45 buy it now. If anybody wants in on that. Tracy Miller is in on the Beatles at $80. That's the Tracy Miller at $80. Who needs the Queen? Near mint with poster and insert. $45 buy it now. The Beatles is now at $80. That's Yesterday and Today on red vinyl. Let me click back over here and get back to where I needed to be on this video. So Danzig is $31.99. That's on red color with split color vinyl. $31.99 on Danzig. Also have Taylor Swift, Taylor's version of Fearless. $46.99 on gold vinyl. 9 Inch Nails, Pretty Hate Machine. 9 Inch Nails is $29.99. Black Sabbath 13. Black Sabbath 13 is $33.99. I had some confusion on that one last night. $33.99 on Black Sabbath 13. $33.99. Misfits, Die Die My Darling. $14.99 on the Misfits, Die Die My Darling. Blind Melon, Nico, $36.99. These are all new and sealed. Frozen soundtrack, it's on a picture disc, the Disney film, $28.99. The Cult, that's their self-titled album, pressed on ivory-colored white vinyl, $44.99. The Misfits Static Age is $33.99. Beck Odelay, somebody had claimed this one, Tanner. Beck, if anybody else wants one, they're $33.99. Beck Odelay is, I thought somebody, yeah, George Ellis. George Ellis on Beck Odelay. Aerosmith Pump, $36.99 on Aerosmith Pump, $36.99. The Smiths, that was self-titled, $42.99 on the Smiths self-titled. Misfits Collection, $33.99. Rage Against the Machine, Renegades of Funk, $31.99. Rage Against the Machine And Matt didn't put which one he wanted. I think there was only one in here, though. Yeah, I guess there's only one. That's sold to Matt Scheiker, and Jason Dobb also wants one. Jason Dobb also wants one. So those are claims from the group, Matt Scheiker and Jason Dobb on that. Okay, let's go over the Beatles again. So the Beatles yesterday and today, we'll start with the cover. There is a little bit of discoloration right here on the spine and on the obi. This part of the cover looks really nice. There's a couple little marks right here. Looks like some of that Japanese humidity staining. You can see it a little bit more better. It's mostly along the spine, probably where maybe somebody had it on the shelf like that. The obi overall is in good condition. It just has some staining on the front and back. Nice gatefold. The cover, though, has no creases or crackles or anything like that. So overall, a VG Plus cover. It does have the insert. It's crisp, no wrinkles or cuts. You can see a little bit of foxing or discoloration right down here. And then the vinyl, like I said, I see one scuff on side one. Side two was flawless, and it's beautiful red vinyl yesterday and today. That's a really nice copy overall. So vinyl insert. Vinyl is near mint minus. Inserts EX Plus, and the cover and obi are VG Plus. That is now up for bid. We had the Beatles at 80, 77. Brooks Valder wants an Audio Slave self-titled. That's over there in the A's. Tanner's already pulled it. Brooks, we got you down for an Audio Slave. That was our last copy. That's sold to Brooks Valder. Beatles 81 with Pamela. Beatles 85. Tracy Miller on the Beck Odelay waiting list. Which Tigers of Pantang? We've had two tonight. I can't remember the first one, but this one is called Burning in the Shade, $29.99. Burning in the Shade. Can you show the Aerosmith pump again? I can. Aerosmith pump is a 180-gram reissue, remaster, $36.99. Janie's Got a Gun, $36.99. Love in an Elevator, that's $36.99. Nigel Del Rocket, Smoker Stain. I don't know if that's Smoker Stain more so than Humidity. If those are all Smoker Stain, then there is a lot of smokers in Japan. We have Chris DiLorenzo on Misfits. We have Red Angela. That is out of stock. That's actually a really pricey record. I have them back ordered, though. Tracy Miller, I've got you on the Beck Odelay waiting list. Andrew Teets is at 75 on the Beatles. I think we're already at 85. The Beatles is at $85. The Beatles is at $85. And Mike Hilton says he'll take Aerosmith Pump. That's sold to Mike Hilton. Darren Wortman says he'll take Tigers of Pantang Burning. That is sold to him. So there's the spine. The spine looks like that's not really, is that a crackle or just a line? Looks like maybe a crackle right there, more so than a line. So you're saying all these times that I'm showing these Japanese records and I say that there's humidity. Well, usually the nicotine stuff will wipe off. We've had records before from Heavy Smoker's house, and you can kind of clean them off, but I think this is more just so like humidity, like just paper, like just, but I don't know. No one's really ever, I guess we need to do a scientific study on that, because I can tell you this, like 8 out of 10 of these Japanese pressings have some kind of like brownish looking discoloration on them, like 8 out of 10 do. It's really hard to find a perfectly white one. Ivan's at 86 on Beatles. Black Sabbath, Never Say Die, $33.99. Misfits, Legacy of Brutality, $28.99. Rush, Clockwork Angels, $39.99 on Rush, Clockwork Angels. Poison, last copy of Flesh and Blood, is $31.99. We have a claim already on the Smiths, Meat is Murder, but if anybody else wants one, they're $31.99. The Smiths, Meat is Murder, is sold to George Ellis. That's sold to George Ellis from the group. One copy of Poison left, and Great White, excuse me, not Great White, White Stripes Greatest Hits. There's Great and White, but this is the White Stripes Greatest Hits, $36.99. And last copy of Howlin' Wolf 10-inch, new release from a couple weeks ago. We've sold a bunch of them, $39.99. $39.99. Let's see here. Pamela's at 95 on the Beatles. Let's go through these titles one more time. Yeah, usually you can smell cigarette stuff, you know, but let's see here. I'm going to smell this. No, you don't smell any nicotine. Of course, I know there's probably some people watching that is a smoker. Do not smoke around your records. That will greatly devalue the value of your records. I mean, we take that. I've went to places before, and it's a smoker's house, and my offer's like cut in half. It's a lot of work trying to get those things dehumidified and where they'll actually smell decent. Okay, Limp Bizkit is $44.99. Significant Other, $44.99. The Monkees is $28.99. Danzig is $31.99. Taylor Swift, $46.99. Nine Inch Nails is $29.99. Black Sabbath, $33.99. Misfits, $14.99. Die Die My Darling. Blind Melon, $36. Frozen was $28. The Cult was $44. Misfits, $33.99. Smith Self-Titled, $42.99. Never Say Die by Black Sabbath, $33. We have Misfits Legacy of Brutality, $28.99. Rush, Poison, and White Stripes, if I can grab a hold of it. White Stripes Greatest Hits and Howlin' Wolf. Okay, glad we went through those again. I'll show some more new vintage stuff right now. I got plenty more to go through. New vintage arrivals. Let me see what's in this crate. Looks like some interesting records here. I guess they're people too. Ooh, a Riot record. Need to put that up for auction. I'm going to leave a Scorpions in here. There's a couple of hard rock albums in here. Wow, yeah. Oh my gosh. What's John doing putting a Tesla record in here? Not telling me. There's a Tesla record in here. Oh my gosh. This is why I go through the crates. John's not a fan of hair metal or metal in general, so he don't get too excited. We could find a whole box of Tesla and Dawkins and stuff like that, and he'd probably just push them off to the side and be like, that's not anything special. Tesla, the Great Radio Controversy. This is a 1989 European press, 1989 Europe press, original inner sleeve. This is a $50 start. Tesla, the Great. This is usually something like in our hot post that would be freaking out. It was just casually laying over here in a crate. It's pristine too. Geffen Records, it's a Europe press from 1989 with the original inner sleeve. Tesla's at 50, now 60. What the heck? There's no telling what's back there. Sometimes I'm going to be like, hey, John, is there any metal around here? And he'll be like, yeah, there's a whole box over here. I hadn't really done anything with it. That's not really John's forte. He don't get too excited with any kind of hard rock or metal. Now, if it was a bunch of psych and, surf rock and garage stuff, he'd be all over it. Okay, or rare 45s. Man, we'll buy a collection of 45s. There'll be 10,000 back there. He will tear through them and go through every one of them in like minutes. He can go through stacks of 45s like this, looking for stuff like to put on Discogs and eBay, like $1,000 stuff. We got a bunch of them back there too. We got so many 45s. I'm going to list like a ton on eBay all at once. Rare soul, northern soul, funk. We got all kinds of them back there. So, okay. Let's see what's going on here. The Beatles, 95. The Beatles, 100. The Beatles, 105. Out on the Beatles. We have up for bid a Beatles Yesterday and Today. We're going to call the cover VG. It has some humidity discoloration. We'll just call it discoloration from now on. We don't know what it's from. Smoke, fire, cigarettes, weed. We do not know, but it's on a lot of these Japanese records. We're going to call it discoloration. I guess we can't argue with that. It's on the spine. The spine does have a little bit of a crackle. It's also some back here. The gatefold is nice, and there's a little bit of discoloration on the obi. It is a really nice copy, and it gets better with the insert. And then here's the true treasure with it. It's on red vinyl. That is Yesterday and Today on red vinyl. The Beatles, Yesterday and Today. Pamela Villavenicio has that for $105. Never had this before. Don't see this too often, much less on red vinyl. And the vinyl is the typical near mint minus Japanese vinyl. Pamela's at 105. Then we have Tesla, 50, 60, 50, 65, 65, 70, 66, 72, 75, 71, 75, 80, 82, 85, and now 110 on the Beatles. So Tesla's at 85 and the Beatles is at 110. New vintage arrivals in here. Frank Sinatra, Strangers in the Night, in shrink wrap, in mono, $14.99. Sinatra, Strangers in the Night, in shrink wrap, in mono, $14.99. The Doors, Alive She Cried, $39.99. Original inner sleeve, The Doors, Alive She Cried, $34.99. Craig Johnson, First on Sinatra. Joanne Reeve, You Were Second. Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Culture Club is $24.99. Culture by Numbers. What did I say? Color by Numbers, not Culture by Numbers, $24.99. We have The Animals, Greatest Hits Live. Never seen that before. The Animals, Greatest Hits Live, $19.99. Beverly's out on Tesla. High bid on Tesla is at $85 with Brian Tyler. Tesla's at $85 with Brian Tyler, going once, going twice. Michael's at $120 on the Beatles. Gary U.S. Bonds, the best of Gary U.S. Bonds, $19.99. Genesis self-titled is $19.99. These are all EX Plus, near mint minus. I think we're still digging out records from that Wisconsin collection, and as you can see, they're all near mint and beautiful. Brooks is back in on Tesla at 86, and Pamela's back in on the Beatles at 125. Golden earring with hype sticker. I'm entering the Twilight Zone in shrink wrap, $29.99 for golden earring cut, shrink wrap and hype sticker. Great songs of Roy Orbison, $24.99. Looks like it has a little bit of a spine crackle at the top. It has a promo sticker on the back. Excuse me. And it is a promo label. That's a promo copy of the Great Songs of Roy Orbison, $24.99. Roy Orbison in Dreams, his greatest hits, $26.99. Roy Orbison in Dreams, $26.99. And The Spinners, Grand Slam, $14.99. Ricky Skaggs, Country Boy, $14.99. And Donna Summer, Bad Girls, $14.99. I'm going to step right over here and grab me a bottle of water. I haven't had any of my caffeine stuff tonight. I need some caffeine stuff. Why is everybody giving me funny looks all of a sudden? I looked over here, Addison, and everybody giving me funny looks. Like, all right. Okay, moving on. I'll finish up that Dasani in a minute. Oh my gosh. The Grateful Dead, $39.99. It's a 1979 Canadian press. American Beauty, so it's a 79 reissue from Canada, near mint, $39.99. Back up to the comments. Tesla, 87. Beatles, 140. Craig Johnson is first on Genesis. Craig Johnson first on Genesis. Tesla, 90. Beatles, 150. Paul Gill on RS, Ricky Skaggs. Beatles, 155. Brian, out on Tesla. Beatles, 165. Mitchell, first on the Grateful Dead. Beatles, 170. The Supremes, live at the Copa. That is $12.99. Humble Pie, On to a Victory, $19.99. Thompson Twins, Into the Gap, $24.99 for TT. Peaches and Herbs, Greatest Hits. Well, that's a cool cover. Peaches and Herbs, Greatest Hits. Reunited and It Feels So Good, $14.99. Recorded in the 60s, it says. Pure Prairie League, Dance, $14.99 for PPL. The Who, by Numbers, $19.99. The Who, by Numbers. We have Paul Paulson, Live at the Ice House. It's a 1970 pressing with the original booklet, $19.99. Charlie Beasley on Pure Prairie League. Tesla is on its last lap. It's at $90 with Brooks Valter. That's going twice, going 3 times. It's a 1989 European pressing with the original inner sleeve. Near mint minus vinyl, about a VG Plus or better cover. The Beatles, Michael Potts is out. The Beatles is at $195 with Pamela. That's going twice, going 3 times. 38 Special, white label promo, $24.99 for 38 Special. Self-titled, I think that's their debut technically. White label promo, $24.99. Cover Girls, Phantom, Rocker, and Slick. That's interesting. $19.99 in shrink wrap. Cover Girls by Phantom, Rocker, and Slick. Johnny the Fox. Here's one of my favorites, especially by Thin Lizzy. Johnny the Fox, $34.99. Alan Parsons Project Eve is $19.99. And Sawyer Brown, Outgoing Cat, and shrink wrap and hype sticker, $19.99. We have Robert Johnson on PRS. That was Phantom, Rocker, and Slick. Kenny Heathcock on the white label promo of 38 Special. Now, we need to do a final call on the Beatles. Pamela Villavenicio is at $195. That's the final call. I'm going to sell these at the same time. If you need a bid, now's the time. Henry Gross release. Henry Gross is $9.99. 38 Special Rock and Roll Strategy, Don't see that one too often. $24.99. Rock and Roll Strategy, $24.99. John Stites wants golden earring. He wants the one earlier, shrink wrap and hop sticker that's cut. Twilight. They even spelt it. They even put the hop sticker in the Twilight Zone TV show font. That is so to John Stites. Marty Ellis on 38 Special. Never seen or I don't think I've ever had that one before. Girl School. Take a Bite. Girl School. That's tough for me to say. Girl is a challenge enough to say. And then Girl School. That's not easy for me to say. $24.99. Take a Bite. That's a 1989 specialty press. Genesis 3 Sides Live, $34.99 for Genesis 3 Sides Live, and Jay Giles Band, Sanctuary. Sanctuary is $19.99. Genesis selling England by the pound. Genesis is $24.99. Brandon Jackson on Girl School. Man, I'm glad somebody bought it. Mark, you were second. I'm going to need a drink of water after that one. Okay, whew, out of breath after that one. Mark, you were second. Let's go ahead and end these auctions because I got plenty more great stuff to put up. Brooks Valter gets the Tesla, great radio controversy for $90. And this fantastic Beatles record is being sold to Pamela Villavenicio for $195. $195. Brandon got Girl School. Mark was second. And we're moving on. We have Scorpion, Savage Amusement, $34.99 for the Scorpions. Next auction is Riot. Born in America. Riot, born in America. This is a $25 start. 1983 Canadian, I believe. This is a 1983 Canadian press. Yes, Riot is a $25 start, born in America. $25 start on Riot, born in America. $25 start. Roy Orbison hits price. I think there's technically two. Let me show you those again. Well, we have the great songs of Roy Orbison. That was a promo copy, $24.99. And then we have In Dreams. That's In Dreams, Oh Pretty Woman, and 17 other all-time hits. That's $26.99. That's the two Roy Orbisons. Scorpions is still available. Riot's a $25 start. Ricky Skaggs, Don't Cheat in Our Hometown is $14.99. By the way, Queen is near mint in shrink wrap, inner sleeve and insert, $44.99. Can't believe no one bought that. Neil's at $25 on Riot. Thomas Bowman wants In Dreams. And Craig Johnson wants Genesis, selling England by the pound. Great, nice, fantastic titles in here. I don't know what other adjectives to say. Wow, Jack Bruce and Robin Trower. Didn't know they did an album together. Yeah, they did. They did BLT. I've never seen this one, though. Truce. $19.99 for Truce. Jack Bruce and Robin Trower. $19.99. Paul Gill on Ricky Skaggs. That's so to Paul Gill. And we have Rockpile, Seconds of Pleasure. $19.99. Charlie Beasley. No, Robert Johnson was first. Robert Johnson got the Jack Bruce and Robin Trower. Charlie, you were second. Uh-oh, UFO. The Wild, the Willing, and the Innocent. UFO is $29.99. 1981, UFO. Charlie Wesley. Wesley is at 30 on Riot. Wesley's at 30 on Riot. And Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor. Gold stamp promo on the front. $19.99. Wesley Stover is at 30 on Riot. Craig Johnson wants the Queen. I figured somebody would buy that eventually. That's so to Craig Johnson. And Genesis in the Beginning. That's a London Collector Series. Near mint compilation in shrink wrap, $24.99. Let's go through, I've got a fantastic looking Japanese pressing right here. Holy moly. Holy moly. $65 start, pristine. Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. Judas Priest, near mint. I'm going to have to adjust my neck and knuckles to show this one. Wow. Whoa. Near mint and pristine. Judas Priest. It is beautiful too. Beautiful vinyl. We have a Japanese insert here with it. Also beautiful. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We have a poster. We have a mint and pristine Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance poster. Folks, this just keeps getting better. $19.99. for Robert Plant. This is a $65 start. This Obi needs to be folded over right here. I think that's the only flaw. This little flap on the Obi has been folded over. It's also a perfect cover. The corners, the ink, the Obi. This has no discoloration on it. Zero. That's a $65 start. Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance. Riot is at $30 with Wesley. And Neil, if you could let me know if you're in or out, because Wesley has that. Actually, Neil already said out. So Riot is with Wesley Stover at $30. Final call. Golden Earring to the hilt. Golden Earring is $19.99. To the hilt, $19.99. ABBA, including their smash hits, Dancing Queen and Money, Money, Money. Hop sticker, that is $19.99. ABBA is $19.99. We have America Perspective, gold stamp promo on the front, $9.99. Ryan Kelly, first on ABBA. That's sold to Ryan Kelly. Roy Orbison, You Got It. The first all-new Roy Orbison album in 10 years. It had a big song on it. You Got It. Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl, gold stamp promo near mint, $34.99. And we have the Johnny Otis Show live at Monterey. Wow. This is a 1970 with poster. Has promo stickers on the front. That is $34.99. The Johnny Otis Show live at Monterey. The Historic Rhythm and Blues Extravaganza. Shuggy Otis, Esther Phillips. That's only $34.99. It's got all those promo stickers on the front. That's awesome. Should have put that up for auction. Blues Roots Volume 1, the Mississippi Blues, featuring Big Joe Williams and Johnny Young. This is $19.99. Wow, another blues compilation. And Ruthless People soundtrack in shrink wrap. Ruthless People is $19.99. Incredible. All right, so back up to the top. We're on a final call on Riot. I'm about to sell it. Wesley Stover has that for $30. I'm also about to sell Beverly Heisner, the Judas Priest. Beverly's at $65. Final call. Ryan Kelly, of course, got ABBA. Abby Billington wants America. That's sold to Abby Billington on America. We have Sean Jones first on the Johnny Otis Show. That's sold to Sean Jones. Neil was second. We have Michael Nath first on Blues Roots. Michael Nath was first on Blues Roots. Robert was second. Dan Benedict was third. Judas Priest is at $70. Ruthless People is near mint shrink wrap, $19.99. Paul Desmond, Skylark, featuring Gabor Zabo. Paul Desmond is $34.99. Babe Ruth, First Base. Babe Ruth is $34.99. First Base, $34.99. And Home of the Brave, a film by Laurie Anderson. That is $19.99. Soundtrack to Home of the Brave. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Free Waves, $14.99. Judas Priest 70, Judas Priest 73. Let's go ahead and sell Riot. Riot is sold to Wesley Stover. I'm pretty sure we've sold to Wesley before, haven't we, Tanner, or have we not? Wesley Stover. You've got that Riot for $30. If you're a first-time buyer, please make sure to let me know. If you are, we're going to tell you a few first-time buyer instructions. And our next auction is going to be another Japanese pressing. And this is... He's new this week, but he's already messaged us. Okay, great. Here is a fantastic copy. There's no Obi, but this is absolutely pristine. It's amazing, actually, when you start looking at it. I mean, of course, these Japanese pressings have better inking, better colors and photographs usually. This is Toto 4. It has the insert. It's a $20 start. It's a near mint and pristine Japanese pressing. Toto 4. The vinyl, the cover, there's only one flaw. It's missing the Obi. Unless it's hidden somewhere around here, I do not see it. Yeah, no Obi. Toto is $20. Looks like Beverly's going to get the Judas Priest for $73. If you're just tuning in, Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance. It's near mint and pristine. It has the poster, the insert, everything about it is perfect. That's at $73 with Beverly. Now, I'm going to redo these titles one more time for the last time before we bring up a new crate, and there's some great stuff in here. So, one more time on these titles. There's a couple more that I think definitely should sell after a recap. We have The Doors, Alive She Cried, $34.99. Culture Club, Color by Numbers, $24.99. The Animals, Greatest Hits Live, $19.99. Gary U.S. Bonds, The Best Of, $19.99. Tim Besaw wants The Doors. That's sold to Tim. We have Spinners, Grand Slam. That is $14.99. Did you see my claim on Jimmy Buffett? I didn't. So Edward wants Jimmy Buffett. I must have overlooked that. Let me go ahead and pull that. That's sold to Edward Star Wars. So Tim Besaw and Edward Star Wars. Donna Summer Bad Girls, $14.99. The Spinners live at the Copa, $12.99. Final Call on Toto. Sherry has that for $20. Humble Pie, On to a Victory, $19.99. Thompson Twins, Into the Gap, $24.99. Peaches and Herbs Greatest Hits, that is $14.99. The Who by Numbers is $19.99, and Pat Paulson Live, $19.70. Details on Judas Priest. This is a near mint and pristine Japanese pressing, complete with poster and insert and perfect vinyl. This has like 5 seconds left. If you want to bid, Grant, now's the time. Beverly has it for $73. Final call. Pat Paulson. Johnny the Fox is still available. Thin Lizzy, $34.99. John Smetzer's at $25 on Toto. Sherry's back in at $26. Alan Parson is $19.99 for Eve. Sawyer Brown, Outgoing Catton, that's $19.99 in shrink wrap. Henry Gross Release is $9.99. Genesis 3 Sides Live is $34.99. Jay Giles Band Sanctuary, $19.99. Colin Butler first on Thin Lizzy. That's sold to Colin Butler. And Greg Brummett on Humble Pie. Humble Pie, Greg Brummett. Those are both sold. Scorpion Savage Amusement, $34.99. The Great Songs of Roy Orbison, that was a promo copy, $24.99. Rockpile Seconds of Pleasure, $19.99. UFO still available, $29.99. The Wild, the Willing, and the Innocent. Genesis is in shrink wrap in the beginning, $24.99. Golden Earring to the Hilt is $19.99. And Roy Orbison Mystery Girl, You Got It, promo, $34.99. All right, Judas Priest is sold then. Grant said, thanks, Chad. So that means Judas Priest is sold to Beverly Heisner for $73, and Toto's now at $28. Few more records left in here. We have Ruthless People, $19.99 in shrink wrap. Paul Desmond is $34.99. Babe Ruth First Base is $34.99. Home of the Brave soundtrack, $19.99. And Bachman Turner Overdrive is $14.99. Colin needs to put back Thin Lizzy. Did the Thin Lizzy go? No, it is still available. It is $34.99. Thin Lizzy is still available. It is $34.99. I'm going to do a little crate condensing right here and grab the next one. Actually, I got one crate of new vinyl to grab. Okay, Japanese auctions are here. I got a crate of new vinyls. I've tagged the rest from this group post. We've only got a few Chris Cornell's left. Let me go through this crate. There's also, last night, we had so much new vinyl last night. Hiss Like a Steak. Hisner. Beverly Hisner. Gotcha. Alan Jonathan gets the Thin Lizzy. That's so to Alan Jonathan. Sherry, let me know if you're in or out on Toto, because John Smetzer has that for $28. You can bid again or you can say out. We got a restock of Nirvana's Nevermind, $36.99. A classic, Nirvana Nevermind, $36.99. Taylor Swift Fearless, Taylor's version, gold vinyl, triple LP, $46.99. Tool, it's a live show from 1993 on silver vinyl, $38.99 for Tool. And any Motorhead, we sold some earlier tonight already. We had Bomber and Overkill and Ace of Spades, they're all gone. Belinda wants Tool, Lateralis, Rage Against the Machine. Let's see. Chris Cornell, Smith Meet His Murder, Lateralis, Limp Bizkit, Chris Cornell, Rage Against the Machine, Limp Bizkit, Tracy Chapman, Hybrid Part. Okay, just making sure we have that. Sherry, just let me know if you're in or out on Toto. We have Tool Opiate, $23.99, and Tool Undertow is $33.99. Silverchair Diorama, Silverchair is $38.99. That's on purple vinyl for Music on Vinyl. Big restock of Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, $38.99. Star Wars Saga is $44.99. We also have Lightning Hopkins Soul Blues from Analog Productions, $49.99. New Bill Withers that was released finally this week, Steel Bill, MoFi Pressing, $49.99. Pearl Jam Unplugged is $39.99. We have Nirvana in Utero, $36.99. Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged, $39.99. Nirvana Unplugged, $44.99. Depeche Mode 101 was $44.99. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. We need to pull, we got not many left. This Linkin Park is sold to Jason Daub. Jason Daub on that one. And we have one left, I believe. Let's see here. Chris Cornell, Myth is Murder, Lateralis, Limp Bizkit. I think we just had one claim out of the crate. So yeah, one Linkin Park left, $29.99. Sherry's out on Toto. John has that for $30. That is a final call. And Chris Cornell, Higher Truth. I don't have many left because I've already got some claims on them. Scott Smith gets one. Chris Cornell, Higher Truth. Vernon Lehman, these are $44.99. Scott Smith gets one. Vernon Lehman gets one. And Darren Wortman gets one. Those are all sold. I got two left. Chris Cornell, Higher Truths. Those are $44.99. Dioramas on purple vinyl. Let me go through that crate one more time. Let's go ahead and tag Toto to John Smetzer for $30. I'll put up 2 new auctions right quick, and that was some of our new vinyl. So this Lateralis, Tanner, goes to Katie Gomez. Katie Gomez gets the Lateralis, and we need to put 2 people on a waiting list. Eli Tomlinson from tonight and Jason Dobb from the group video. So that is sold to Katie Gomez. She was first, and then 2 people from tonight. Silverchair is numbered, limited edition from Music on Vinyl. It is numbered on the back. This is number 546. It is $38.99. Yes, and it's on purple vinyl. Let me grab another Judas Priest auction, and we have Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. Ooh, an Echo and the Bunnymen Japanese pressing. Night Ranger, Paul McCartney. Let's put up 2 great ones here. These are going to be, well, let me take a look at Judas Priest first. Judas Priest Turbo. This thing looks really nice. I'm going to go ahead and say a $65 start, just like the other one, because it looks like it's mint in shrink wrap. It is $65 start. The cover is mint in shrink wrap. It also has the Japanese insert with it. Turbo, 2-page flip. And the vinyl is near mint and pristine. Perfect copy in shrink wrap. Japanese press. Judas Priest Turbo, $65 start. Next is a $55 start. This is Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. Near mint as well with Obi. Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. This is a $55 start, and it is beautiful. Has Big Love on it. Tango in the Night, Little Lies. I Want to Be With You Everywhere. This is good stuff here. $55 start. On Fleetwood Mac, and it has the Obi, and it is, oh yeah, nothing wrong with that one. $55 start on that. So from that group, Chris Cornell, Meat is Murder, Beck, Chris Cornell, Lateralis, Limp Bizkit, Chris Cornell, Rage Against the Machine, Limp Bizkit, Linkin Park. All right, I pulled everything from that flip video. Make sure I didn't miss anybody before we sold out of something. So one more time: Nirvana, Taylor Swift, Tool, and Tool. Silverchair, Leonard Skinner, Lightning Hopkins, Bill Withers, Pearl Jam, Nirvana, Smashing Pumpkins, Nirvana, Depeche Mode, Linkin Park, and 2 Chris Cornells. Craig Johnson wants Undertow. Boy, there's a lot of sirens tonight in Lebanon. There's been sirens like back and forth, back and forth. Busy night to be in emergency services, I guess. Full moon something. All right, I got another crate of vintage, and I think we got more in the back, but I have some stuff here. This looks like possibly check condition. It is. We got some check condition stuff here. Never shown. These are all check condition new arrivals. Check condition new arrivals. Never shown. I'm also hearing fireworks. It sounds like gunshots, but I've heard that a couple times. These tents, as y'all know, fireworks tents pop up, and then all of a sudden, it's the 4th of July, it's the 4th of July for about a month straight, I guess. Okay, Judas Priest is at $69. Do you still have British Steel? I do. I have British Steel in stock for $29.99. Judas Priest, yes. Turbo's at $75. New vintage arrivals, looking for a $55 start on Fleetwood Mac. Genesis Abacab EX $17.99. Genesis Abacab EX $17.99. The Cars Candy O. This is a VG copy, $12.99. And the Cars Heartbeat City VG Plus $17.99. Three Dog Night Naturally, that's over here in the Judas Priest bin. Actually, if you want to grab just all those, there's like 3 others in there I hadn't shown in a while. And we've been selling a lot of Judas Priest tonight, so maybe we need to show the other ones. Three Dog Night Naturally is a VG $9.99. And Strawberry Alarm Clock, the Storybrooke, Bonese however you say that, and the Seeds. This is a soundtrack to Psych Out. Soundtrack to Psych Out is a VG Plus $34.99. Soundtrack to Psych Out. VG Plus $34.99. All right, back up to the top. Somebody asked about Godzilla. Godzilla is a waiting list. Godzilla's a waiting list. I think we already got one person on there, and that's a waiting list. Turbo 75, Turbo 80, Fleetwood Mac 55, and we are sold out of Godzilla. Trey Elvis 68 special. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll have to look. Ian wants Candy O by the Cars. Ian on Candy O by the Cars. All right. Now, did we already pull Craig a Judas Priest?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Craig, we've got a Judas Priest for you. If you want any of these other, or anybody wants any of these other Judas Priests, let me know. We have Judas Priest Live, 2LP. These are all new and sealed, $33.99. Sad Wings of Destiny is $34.99. Rock-a-Rolla is $36.99. British Steel is $29.99. And Killing Machine is $29.99. Those are all Judas Priest titles. Killing Machine, British Steel, Rock-a-Rolla, Sad Wings of Destiny, and Live. Those are all available. We've got those in stock, ready for you to say, Chad, I'll take one of each, and we'll sell them to you. All right, back up to the top. Wesley Stover wants a Killing Machine. Let's update these auctions right quick before I show the next record. Let me just have this whole stack here because we've sold a couple. Final call, though, on Turbo. The mint and pristine Japanese pressing of Turbo and shrink wrap is with $80 to Thomas Bowman. Thomas Bowman has that for $80. And then Paul Brothers is at $55 on Fleetwood Mac. Final call. Wesley Stover on Killing Machine. Let's see here. That is right here in front of me. That's sold to Wesley Stover. Next is James Oswitz on Sad Wings of Destiny. That's sold to James. And let's see. Those are... So that leaves British Steel, Rock-a-Rolla. And we may have extras of the ones that we just sold. I'm pretty sure we do. Okay. Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac. VG Plus, $12.99. Ed Sanders, Beer Cans on the Munich. Moon. Beer Cans on the Moon. EX copy, $29.99. Saga, Heads or Tails. Saga is EX, $12.99. Talking Heads, More Songs About Buildings and Food is VG, $24.99. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. A 1971 press, VG Plus, $39.99. Wow, there's no writing on the label. There's no writing on side one. VG Plus, $39.99. What in the world? That's sold to John Young. Jim Engelman was second. We have Genesis, Invisible Touch, a VG copy, $9.99. Oh, another Tesla album. I guess we need to put that up for auction. I didn't go through this crate. I guess I should have. Let's put Tesla up for auction, but let's sell something first. Judas Priest is sold to Thomas Bowman for $80. And let's go ahead and sell Paul Brothers, Fleetwood Mac, for $55. And let's see what we have here with Tesla. This is Tesla Mechanical Resonance. We have, John doesn't have any notes on here. I'll figure it out for myself. Tesla Mechanical Resonance. This is a VG copy. It's going to be a $35 start. VG. Yeah. It's VG. It's a VG copy. It has the original inner sleeve. This is a $35 start. Tesla Mechanical Resonance with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus cover. VG vinyl. $35 start on Tesla. Okay. John Young got Black Sabbath. Jim was second. James Cohorn first on Genesis. Paul Gill second. Tesla 35, Tesla 35, Tesla 35. I have a feeling we're going to be bidding on that for a while. Tesla 45. Let me grab a new Japanese auction. Stevie Wonder, Woman in Red soundtrack. Near mint. Let me take a look at it. We'll give a full examination. This is going to be a $25 start. Stevie Wonder, Woman in Red. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. Looks like it has 2 Japanese inserts with it. Stevie Wonder has a really cool obi. I'll show all that in just a second. But first, most would say the important part. Yeah, near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. $25 start on that. And we have the Japanese inserts with it. And really nice cover. Just some light discoloration. It's not really the yellow discoloration. More just like wear. There's the obi. $25 start on Stevie Wonder. Soundtrack to Woman in Red, which he did. Very big obi on that one. Tesla, 35, 40, 45, 50, and 55. Talking Heads is still available. Next record is the Rolling Stones. Goat Head Soup, VG Plus, $29.99. REO Speedwagon with Hop Sticker. I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore. VG Plus on the vinyl, $14.99. Golden Earring, grab it for a second. Golden Earring is a VG Plus, $14.99. Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife. VG $9.99. Tesla 5055. Marty Ellis first on REO Speedwagon. Tesla 57. John, you were second on REO. That's sold to Marty Ellis. Roy Gallagher EX $17.99. Roy Gallagher yellow Atco label EX $17.99. Kelly Cook first to Brian Adams. Romulu, you were second on that one. Aerosmith Permanent Vacation EX just $24.99. Not bad at EX $24.99. Michael Nath first on Roy Gallagher. That's sold to Michael Nath. The Police Zenyatta Mandata. The Police is VG Plus $19.99. Alan Jonathan first on Aerosmith Permanent Vacation. Update on our auctions. Tesla, Eric says he's out. Mechanical Resonance, Beverly Hisner. I'm going to get it right here in a second, Beverly. Then it'll be Second Nature. Beverly VG copy. This is a VG Plus sleeve and inner sleeve. Beverly's at 57. Looking for a $25 start on Stevie Wonder. And those are all going, I guess now going twice, going 3 times. We're about to sell them. Next is ABBA. Voulez-vous. EX $17.99 on ABBA. Voulez-vous. The Super Hits. VG Plus $9.99. I think I'm going to go ahead and tell you, based on some of these titles and seeing this, I think this may be some of Wayne's records. I can't say all of them are, but I think some of these may be Wayne's records. Because he had like 2 copies of this entire set, the Super Hits. This is volume 1. These are really cool compilations. Good Lovin', Mustang Sally, When a Man Loves a Woman, Respect, Barbara Lewis is on here, Eddie Floyd, Knock on Wood, Hold On, I'm Coming. That's a VG Plus $9.99. We're about to sell both of these auctions. Ooh, Band on the Run, a VG copy, $12.99, original inner sleeve. Band on the Run. John Duran got the Super Hits. We have Tesla, sold at auction for $57 to Beverly Hisner. That is sold to Beverly for $57. If anybody wants Stevie Wonder, it's a $25 buy it now. Woman in Red soundtrack, $25 buy it now for Stevie Wonder. Woman in Red. I'm going to put that right over here. That's a $25 buy it now. So John got Super Hits. Jackie, you were second. Colin was third. Rich Russo first on Band on the Run. That's sold to Rich Russo. And John Leal's going to get the Stevie Wonder for $25. That's sold to John Leal. Next is the Best of Jethro Tull. EX copy, $17.99 for the Best of Jethro Tull. Tres Hombres, ZZ Top is a VG Plus $19.99. And More of the Monkees is a VG $9.99. More of the Monkees, VG $9.99. And The Story of Star Wars, from the original soundtrack, The Story of Star Wars, VG $14.99. I think I have a couple things behind the counter that I was going to auction or show y'all one more time. There was a couple records that I think we mistagged last week and we never did get to the rightful owner. I was going to show those just to see if we could figure out if anybody was watching. Let me find those. I also found some stuff in the back. I want to clean them first. I found some really good records in the back that I wanted to clean first. Yeah, this is some putbacks. Let me show a few of these things. Well, we need to check on that first before I put it away. Okay. So we missed the tag on this last week. I was going to see if anybody watching remembers. Did anybody was missing this record? If they're not watching, we have no idea. Usually by now somebody's like, hey, I'm missing a Tommy James record. But this is a near mint gatefold Best of Tommy James. It was $19.99. If anybody wants it, go ahead. But if you were missing it last week, there it is. Best of Tommy James and the Shondells, $19.99. So if you need one, there it is. Or if you think that you were looking for one, or maybe if you were backup on it. We also have an extra one of these. I think I pulled more than one out. This is new. Daisy Jones and the Six, Aurora. This is $33.99. Daisy Jones and the Six. That was $33.99.
I think I know who the
Mel Webster said he thinks it may be his. And then Y&T was $39.90. It's actually a Japanese pressing. The Obi is... Where's the Obi at? Yeah, it has the Obi. We just don't have it on the cover. Somebody claimed this, but I think we missed it. Y&T in Rock We Trust, $39.99. So it's just like, hey, if you think you claimed these, let us know. But if you didn't and you do want it, go ahead and let us know too, and we'll give it to you because out of the 5,000s, or I shouldn't say 5,000, the thousands we claim, then we usually miss a couple. So, all right. Mel Webster says he believes Tommy James was his. Is that who he thinks it was? Or okay, Tanner's going to check on that. Mel, you may have been second or something. We're not really for sure, but we'll figure it out. Tanner thinks he knows. So usually we hold a couple of those, and usually somebody sends us a message, hey, I'm missing this or missing that, and then we figure out where it goes to. Okay, so last thing was John Lill got Stevie Wonder. Romelu put IT, and he put JT. I think Romelu wants Jethro Tull. So that's sold to Romelu, Jethro Tull. Kelly Bagwell on Tres Hombres. John Lill got Star Wars, but then he said pass, so that's sold to Alan Jonathan. Alan Jonathan got Star Wars. That means Colin was second, Rich was third, Paul Gill, you were second on ZZ Top. Alan Jonathan is going to get the Y and T, and Calvin Ward was second. And you know what? I actually told Tanner, I said, I think either Calvin Ward or Alan Jonathan claimed this. It was one of those two, and they've both claimed it again. So I guess we'll say Alan Jonathan. He was first that time for sure. So we'll give that to Alan Jonathan. That is the sticker price. And the only thing, Daisy Jones in the 6 is $33.99 if anybody wants that. It's new and sealed. Yeah, most people buy, that's another thing. Most people buy so much, they don't even know what they got or what they're missing from their invoice when they get it. And we don't know either because we sell these so fast and so many every night. We try to figure it out. The Police Zenyatta Mandata is a VG Plus $17.99. The Wall, Pink Floyd, VG Plus $44.99. Pink Floyd, The Wall, VG Plus $44.99. Stan Getz and Gilberto. Wow, a hype sticker. Never seen a hype sticker on Mini Jazz Records. Contains the hit record of The Girl from Ipanema. That is VG Plus $29.99. VG Plus $29.99. Dave Brubeck Quartet in Europe. Dave Brubeck Quartet in Europe promo, VG Plus $19.99. Columbia 6i promo, VG Plus $19.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, VG Plus $14.99. And Crazy Horse is VG Plus $24.99. Okay, it's one of those times I need to pause and let everybody know that you're missing out on some fantastic records. I need you to wake up. And I'm going to put up 2 great auctions. Maybe these will wake you up even more. And we're going through some great new check condition stuff here. First new Japanese auction is Echo and the Bunnymen, Porcupine. And this is actually a U.S. pressing. No, it's a Japanese pressing. This is a Japanese pressing. This is a Japanese pressing of Porcupine, Echo and the Bunnymen. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It has the cover. It's just missing one thing. No obi. Near mint and pristine Japanese pressing of Echo and the Bunnymen, Porcupine. That's a $35 start. Next auction is another Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. This is a $35 start. $35 start on this one. It's a trifold. It does have some inserts and some posters and some booklets. This has a lot of stuff with it. The Secret Life, Journey Through the Secret Life, perfect cover with a really cool Stevie Wonder obi. This has a Japanese insert, it has a poster, and it has 2 LPs, near mint and pristine. That's a $35 start. $35 start on those. Now, back up to the top, Neil Brashear said he'll take Fleetwood Mac. Ipanema, that's what Michael Nath was helping me pronounce there. The Girl from Ipanema. Robert Johnson, you were second on Fleetwood Mac. You wouldn't have any DC Comics records, Batman Comics records. No records. I've got comics. I don't think I have any records. Can you show the label on Echo and the Bunnymen, ET? That's this one right here, right? It's on Cavora. Okay, $35 starts on those. Back to the check condition stuff. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, VG Plus, $9.99. The Who Are You? VG Plus, $14.99 on The Who Are You? Scarecrow by John Cougar Mellencamp, EX, $17.99. These are $35 starts. Echo and the Bunnymen, Journey, Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. If you want in on those, just bid in the comments. Ooh, high voltage AC/DC. What the heck's going on here? He don't have any condition notes on it. I'm going to say he don't have any condition notes on it. It looks like it's about VG+. VG+, $34.99. High voltage. Looks like it's about VG+ on that one. It says a Porky Prime Cut too. High voltage. First, let's sell Craig Johnson, John Cougar Mellencamp. That's sold to Craig Johnson. And Alan Jonathan got high voltage, and that was $34.99 to Alan Jonathan. James Taylor's Greatest Hits, VG+, $24.99. James Taylor's Greatest Hits. Men at Work, Business as Usual, EX, $19.99. And Def Leppard, Pyromania, a VG copy in shrink wrap, $32.99. Covers in shrink wrap, Vinyls VG, $32.99. And Mungo Santa Maria, this is Mongo Soul by Mungo Santa Maria, on Riverside, EX, $17.99. Craig Ruth is first on Def Leppard. That's sold to Craig Ruth. John Stevens is in on Echo and the Bunnymen at $35. Going once, going twice. We're about to sell that Echo and the Bunnymen to John Stevens for $35. And Stevie Wonder looking for a $35 start on that. Colin Butler wants Mongo Santa Maria. Pyromania. That's like the 5th Pyromania we've had in the last 3 sales. I think we still got the other 4 too. I don't know where they're at, but if somebody's interested, I bet I can find it. Let me mute the mic for 5 seconds. All right. I'm out of breath. Okay, Abby's at 36 on Echo and the Bunnymen. Fred's also at 36. Ooh, Kiss, double platinum. EX copy, $49.99. It's a 1978 Santa Maria press with certificate. Kiss is EX, $49.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Summer Side of Life. VG Plus, $14.99. Rhinoceros, Satin Chickens, VG Plus, $14.99. Spirit, Feedback, VG, $9.99. Next claim was Craig Johnson on Kiss. Sold. Condition, cover condition on Men at Work. VG. It's got some odd marks here on the sides. It's a VG. No splits or anything, but not perfect. Not VG Plus either. Alan Jonathan on Rhinoceros. That's sold to Alan Jonathan. Okay, so we do have some bidders on Echo and the Bunnymen. Just want to let everybody know what's going on. Abby Billington has this for $36. Fred Carnell, you're out. And John Stevens, you're out. If you're done bidding, say out for sure, or you can bid again. John Stevens back in at 38. And final call on Stevie Wonder. 2LP, triple fold cover, poster and insert, looking for a $35 start, or I'm about to make it a buy it now. Wow. Badfinger, straight up. It's VG, $14.99, but just an album we don't get too often. $14.99 for Badfinger. And Bad Company, Straight Shooter, VG, $9.99. Queen the Game, that's a VG copy, $14.99. And Three Dog Night, Golden Biscuits, VG Plus, $14.99. Echo and the Bunnymen, $38.39. Abby's back at $40. John Young wants Badfinger, probably because the cover doesn't really have a lot of ring wear. That's sold to John Young. Does Lightfoot have Edmund Fitzgerald? No, that's not on that album either. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, or is it on here? No, it's not on this one. Boy, there's some great songs though. Summer Side of Life, Cotton Genie, and let's see, what's the other one on here? There's one that's on his hits or like on Gord's Gold. I can't remember what the other one was. That's VG Plus, $14.99. John Smetzer's on Bad Company. The Edmund Fitzgerald is on an album called, I can see the cover of it right now. Oh my gosh. It's just not coming to me. Somebody's about to comment it. Okay, the best of the Guess Who? Summertime Dream, that is. Not Summer Side of Life, Summertime Dream, yes. VG, $9.99 on the best of the Guess Who. Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams, is a VG, $9.99. I don't think I laid that in the right place, but that was John Young's Badfinger. John Young got Badfinger, yeah. Summertime Dream, yes. Okay, Echo and the Bunnymen's at 40. Fred Carnell, let me know if you're in or out. John Stevens says he's out. We pulled Bad Company for John Smetzer. Kelly Bagwell wants Steve Miller Band. Let's make Stevie Wonder a buy it now. So first come, first serve. First come, first serve. First to claim. Stevie Wonder, that's a $35 buy it now. I'm going to lay that right there. $35 buy it now if anybody wants that. Steppenwolf, their greatest hits. EX, $17.99. EX, $17.99. Steppenwolf, greatest hits. Allman Brothers Beginnings, this is a VG copy, $14.99. Allman Brothers Beginnings, this is a VG copy, $14.99. If I can get it back in the sleeve. Fred's out on Echo and the Bunnymen. Let's go ahead and sell that to Abby Billington for $40. That's sold to Abby for $40. Jay Giles Bloodshot is a VG, $9.99. The Best of ZZ Top is a VG Plus, $24.99. Hey, somebody just asked about DC. There's Batman. That was very odd. Somebody just asked about that. Wow, look at that cool Batmobile on the back. VG Condition, $19.99. Batman, VG, $19.99. And Are You Experienced is EX, $32.99. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced, EX, $32.99. John Young put JH for Jimi Hendrix. That's sold to John Young. Next is Alan Jonathan on Batman. So Alan got Batman, Brian C. was second, Calvin Ward third, Jeremiah fourth, Sherry fifth, Grant sixth. Was there any more vintage in the back before you leave, Jake? 2 crates? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. See you, Jake. John Young wants to pass on Batman. That's only a $55 restocking fee. We will apply that to your invoice. So Batman is sold to Alan Jonathan. Okay, Roger Ramjet wants Steppenwolf, the Best of Steppenwolf. Let's go pull that, and let's read those titles one more time. Not before I put up 2 new 12-inch, 2 new Japanese singles. I said 12-inch because there's a 12-inch single of Dead or Alive right in front of me. So let's run that. We have, let's see what we have here. Dead or Alive, I was about to say, surely it's You Spin Me Around. It is. You Spin Me Around Like a Record, as featured in Stranger Things. This is going to be a $15 start. It also has Misty Circles extended version, and it has You Spin Me Round Like a Record, the murder mix. $15 start on Dead or Alive. $15 start. That has the Japanese insert with it, and it has the shrink wrap and Obi. That's a $15 start. $15 start on Dead or Alive. Sinatra, jazz historical recordings of Frank Sinatra. This is going to be a $35 start. I don't think I've ever seen this before. $35 start of Frank Sinatra, jazz historical recordings. The cover is actually in shrink wrap, and the vinyl is pristine. $35 start on that. Now, Abby Billington wanted to know the Best of ZZ Top. Abby, that's a VG Plus, $24.99. And Wade's at $15 on Dead or Alive. Let me show what happened here. Didn't you meant to pass? Colin says, I think you had Batman. Batman. Colin. Let's see. Who did we tag the Batman record for? Did I miss something here? My bad. Let's see here. Chad, did I get Batman? That is incorrect. Colin Butler got Batman. Batman goes to Colin Butler. Alan was second. Brian C. third. Calvin fourth. Jeremiah fifth. Sherry sixth. Grant seventh. Autumn eighth. Colin, you got it. All right, here's what's left. We have Genesis Abacab. We have The Cars, Candy O. Three Dog Night Naturally. Psych Out soundtrack. Ian Hunter. Beer Cans on the Moon. Saga, Heads or Tails. Talking Heads, more songs about buildings and food. The Rolling Stones, Golden Earring, The Police, and Yetta Mandata. ABBA, More of the Monkees. The Police, another Zenyatta Mandata. Pink Floyd, The Wall. Getz, Gilberto. Dave Brubeck Quartet in Europe. Crazy Horse. The Doobie Brothers, Captain and Me. Greg Brummett wants the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Greg Brummett. DOA is at 18 with Wade Lucas, going once, going twice. The Who Are You? James Taylor's Greatest Hits. Spirit Feedback, Men at Work. Jeff Bergman wants the Getz Gilberto. The Getz Gilberto to Jeff Bergman. Randy is at 18 on Dead or Alive, and Wade we already have an $18 bid on that. The Dave Brubeck Quartet in Europe is a Columbia 6i, so that definitely puts a date on it. It's a promo copy. That would put that sometime pre-63, I guess, or pre-63. I don't have an exact year on it, though. It's a white label 6i, though. VG Plus 1999. Jeff got Getz Gilberto. Randy Scarborough's at 20 on Dead or Alive. Lance, the Talking Heads, More Songs About Building and Food, is a VG copy for $24.99. Craig Johnson wants Dave Brubeck. Mitchell McDevitt wants The Who Are You? That's sold to Mitchell. Wade's back in at 21 on Dead or Alive. Queen, The Game, is a VG copy, $14.99. Three Dog Night, Golden Biscuits, is a VG Plus, $14.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Summer Side of Life, VG Plus, $14.99. The Best of the Guess Who is VG, $9.99. Allman Brothers Band Beginnings is VG, $14.99. Jay Giles Band Bloodshot is VG, $9.99. Jimi Hendrix, EX, $32.99. And The Best of ZZ Top, VG Plus, $24.99. DOA's at 21 with Wade Lucas. Final call. How much on Beer Cans on the Moon? Beer Cans on the Moon was right here. Ed Sanders. That was an EX copy for $24.99. Ooh, I see a Jeff Healey band. Tanner says half of this next crate could be auctioned. Wow. Wasp, Marillion, Jeff Healey band. Let's go ahead and get these rolling. Addison said, make somebody buy this. Addison said, this is so good, make somebody buy this. So somebody has to buy this or I'm stopping the show. This is Daisy Jones and the Six, Aurora, Atlantic 75th Anniversary, $33.99. If you haven't watched the show, you need to. All right, next auction is Jeff Healey. First, we're going to sell DOA to Wade Lucas for $21. That's sold to Wade Lucas for $21. Autumn Bet said sold on Daisy Jones and the Six. Good job, Addison. Shelley Campbell. We even have a waiting list. Shelley Campbell was second. Frank Sinatra is a $35 buy now. So we got two auctions. We got two auctions that did not get bids. Stevie Wonder and Frank Sinatra. They're $35 buy nows. Romelu is going to take the Sinatra. So Jackie just bid 22 on DOA, but it's already sold. That's already sold to Wade Lucas for 21. Frank Sinatra is sold to Romelu for 35. And we have a $35 start on Jeff Healey band. See the light. Never can have too many of these. We've had one pop up in a check condition crate this week. There's about 12 people trying to get it. This has an original inner sleeve. No condition notes on the vinyl. $35 start on Jeff Healey band. See the light. That is a $35 start on Jeff Healey band. See the light. $35 start. Chris Kirkley's in first. And we have, let's see here. Next auction. Wow. Wasp Headless Children picture disc. I didn't know they made this as a picture disc. This is a $40 start. Special limited edition picture disc. This is a 1989 UK copy of Wasp Headless Children picture disc. $40 start on that. $40 start on Wasp Headless Children picture disc. $40 start on that. I've went through those twice. I'm going to go ahead. Where's the crate that I need to probably flip through right quick? This one or that one?
Yeah, I'm still check it.
Let's go through this one next. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. Are they checking it? No, they're EX plus near mint minus. Let's see here. I see some good stuff. Yeah, this here. And we'll show the next. Yeah, okay. So this is about a half of a crate, but we're about to go through them and see what we got here. That was the check condition stuff that's left. So time for a new crate. It's about a half of a crate. It's about a half of a crate. So let's see what we have here. All right, let me go back to the top, make sure I didn't miss any comments on anything. And we've got, so Shelly, we'll put down your name as well for a Daisy Jones and the Six soundtrack, like a waiting list. Romelu got the Sinatra, of course. Jackie, we just missed your bid on DOA. That was sold to Wade. Jeff Healy's at 35, Jeff Healy 40, Jeff Healy 50, Jeff Healy 60, Wasp 40, Wasp 40, Wasp 45, Jeff Healy 65, and Autumn said I didn't pull her beer cans. I must have missed that. Beer cans on the moon. That was the crate I just set on the floor. Right here. Ed Sanders. That's sold to Autumn Betts. I need to scroll back up and make sure I didn't miss something else then. She said sold. Okay, that was right before the Daisy. No, my bad. Autumn Betts said sold on this. Shelly Campbell gets the Daisy Jones. That's what happened. About the time I was showing the Daisy Jones record, Autumn said sold, and I tagged you for Daisy Jones. You wanted sold on this. That means Shelly Campbell gets the Daisy Jones album. That's what happened. Okay. So Wasp 45, Jeff Healy 65, Wasp 50, Wasp 55, Jeff Healy 70. New vintage arrivals, never shown before. Let's see what we have here. These are all EX Plus, near mint minus. The new Brubeck Quartet live at Montreux, $19.99. The new Brubeck Quartet live at Montreux, $19.99. Molly Hatchet live. I don't get this one very often. Molly Hatchet live. It's a 1981 white label promo, $49.99. White label promo too. Molly Hatchet live, $49.99. Also have War, Why Can't We Be Friends? It's a 1975 press with poster. Lowrider, $29.99. $29.99 with poster, $29.99 on War. Big Country, The Crossing, $19.99. John Smetzer first on War. Troy Sharks at 55 on Wasp. Chris Kirkley's at 70 on Jeff Healy. Roy Orbison Crying, $29.99 on Roy Orbison Crying, $29.99. That's 180 gram. Rocky Horror Picture Show, hadn't seen one of these in a while, $34.99. Rocky Horror Picture Show, $34.99. Roy Orbison Crying was a wax time reissue, 180 gram by the way. It's in shrink wrap, $29.99. John Young wants that. We have Waylon, the Ramblin' Man, 74 Indianapolis Press in shrink wrap. Waylon Jennings, orange label, $34.99. So let's do some final calls now. Jeff Healy's at $70 with Chris Kirkley, See the Light, near mint. And we just got a new bid on Wasp. Wade Lucas is at 56. Troy Shark is out. Wade has it for 56. America, Alibi. America is $9.99. Condition on RH. About a VG Plus cover, not bad. We've got a new inner sleeve with it. And no condition notes on the vinyl. It's EX Plus to near mint minus. Joe Maynard. Wasp is back in with Troy at 58. Tommy Flowers wants the America album. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. America. Next is the Stones. It's only rock and roll. That's a 74 Presswell press, 34. For some reason, not one we get as much, and one that is really nice, unusually as well. Usually they're beat up for some reason. $34.99 on that. Rolling Stones. We have Jerry Stone at 72 on Jeff Healy. Jonathan says, I'll take the Stones. Jonathan, 34. Have we sold to Jonathan Greer before? Jonathan, I think we have. Jonathan, if you're a first-time buyer, let me know. I'm really surprised somebody hadn't grabbed that, Joe Maynard. He says we have sold to him before. Okay, good. So you know the drill then. If there is anybody new watching with us tonight on Friday night, if you have any questions, let me know. It's very easy to buy from us. I'll give those full instructions in just a second. But just do this. Claim whatever you see. If you're first, you get it. We're broadcasting using some software right now on 2 different platforms. We're live on Facebook and we're live on YouTube. My phone here is master, okay? Regardless of what you see on your screen, this is what I go by, and I can always show it for proof. There's sometimes some new people on. Whatever you see on your Facebook chat is not right, but what is on your screen right now here where my hand's going up and down, that should be about 99% of the time is exactly mirrored over here on my phone. Alan Jonathan just sent us a message. Please send me a sticker. Everybody wants some stickers. So Joe Maynard, let me know if you want Rocky Horror Picture Show, because if you don't, Colin has claimed it. So that's sold to Colin unless Joe wants it. Jerry's out on Jeff Healy. That means Chris Kirkley has this for 75. That's a final call. And now Wasp is on a final call. Wade's out. Wasp is at 58. We have Free Highway. This is a white label promo. Free with promo sticker, $29.99. He passed. Give to Colin. So yes, that's sold to Colin. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Aerosmith, Get Your Wings. It's a reissue because it has a barcode on the back, but that is $29.99. Jonathan said he'll also take the free album. That's sold to Jonathan. Police, Synchronicity. Purple Vinyl, $24.99. Purple Vinyl, Synchronicity. Sawyer Brown. Sawyer Brown is $14.99. And Pure Prairie League, Just Fly. Pure Prairie League is $14.99. Huey Lewis, I Want a New Drug, 12-inch single. That is $9.99. I Want a New Drug. And The Best of James and Bobby, Purify, Do It Right. The Best of James and Bobby, $24.99. Sweet. Don't see that one too often. Off the Record by Sweet. It's a 1977 German pressing in shrink wrap, $29.99. All right, let's end some auctions. Jeff Healy is sold to Chris Kirkley for $75, and Wasp is sold to Troy Shark. It's a tough name for me to say, for $58. All right, let me grab two new auctions. These crates we just went through. This one's a little thin because we pulled out so much to auction. There were some good titles in here. Now, I've got some Marillion that I've never seen. And, I've got a Cult, a White Line, a Quiet Riot, a Matthew Sweet. What the heck? Let's see. That's tough for me to decide for. Let's do the Cult and White Line. Those are first. Let's do the Cult Electric. Wow, the Cult Electric. $65 start. Gold stamp promo. Gatefold. US OG. Original inner sleeve. The Cult Electric. Perfect copy on the vinyl, $65 start. The Cult Electric, $65 start. Next is White Line Pride. Near mint in shrink wrap, $45 start. Near mint in shrink wrap, $45 start. Original inner sleeve, near mint minus vinyl, super nice and clean, $45 start on White Line. And the Cult was a $65 start. Moving right along, he says it's pronounced Chirac. Chirac. Troy Chirac. Chirac. Kelly Cook says, take Huey Lewis, and that was the 12-inch single of I Want a New Drug. I think the first time I said that, I said, I Want a New Dog, before I realized it was Huey Lewis. I Want a New Dog. So does Addison. White Line's at $45, and the Cult is a $65 start. We have Richard Pryor, The Wizard of Comedy, for adults only, $14.99. Richard Pryor. Carpenters, Made in America, $9.99. Duke, Genesis. Duke is $19.99 by Genesis. Fleetwood Mac, Tango on the Night, $64.99. We sold a Japanese pressing earlier. Tango on the Night is $64.99. And the Beach Boys, Endless Summer, $19.99. This feels awfully heavy. Does it have the poster? I don't see it, but it feels awfully heavy. Beach Boys is $19.99. Terry Westwood, first on Richard Pryor. All right, we got bids on both auctions. I'm about to wrap them up because we got more to get through, and I don't see any other bidders. Brian Tyler's at $45 on White Line. That's near mint shrink wrap. Final call. And the Cult is at $65 with Kelly Cook. Gold stamp promo on the front, also near mint. If you want to bid, now's the time. Terry got Richard Pryor, and Craig Johnson gets Genesis Duke. I'm going to read through those one more time. I got another crate coming up right now after this one. New Brubeck Quartet live at Montreux, $19.99. Molly Hatchet live is $49.99. Molly Hatchet live. Big Country The Crossing, $19.99. Waylon The Ramblin' Man, $34.99 in shrink wrap. Harry Belafonte, $9.99. What year is it? It says LPM, which means mono. It is in mono. I don't have a year for you, but it's not a reissue. It's definitely an older pressing, and it is super nice. What year does the original come out? Like late 50s, mid 50s? 56. 56 is when this original came out. I don't know if it is a 56, but it's definitely a mono, probably an older copy, if not early 60s at least. Next is, what's the Matthew Sweet? Give me 1 second and I'll show you because we're about to put it up for auction. Next is Shane Devers. Said he'll take the Waylon Jennings. Craig does want the Harry Belafonte. Fred Carnell wants Big Country. It's not check condition. No, everything in here is really nice. So far, that just leaves Molly Hatchet and New Brubeck Quartet. Aerosmith Get Your Wings was $24.99. The Police is still available. The Police is still available, $24.99. Sawyer Brown is $14.99. Pure Prairie League is still available. So is Sweet. So is the Best of James and Bobby and the Carpenters. And we have the Beach Boys and Fleetwood Mac. Jonathan Greer said he'll take the Police. Synchronicity. All right, these auctions went uncontested. A White Line and a Colt auction, uncontested with just single bids, but they have new homes. And that's Kelly Cook, $65 on that. And we have White Line is sold for $45. Let me put these in the auction pile. That is $65 to Kelly Cook on the Colt Electric, and White Line Pride is sold for $45 to Brian Tyler. Okay, somebody claimed Sweet. Ah, I must have missed something. Sweet. Who claimed Sweet? Who claimed it? I have thanks all the Sweet in the bin and framed. How much was Olson? Or Warren Olson said how much was Sweet? Sweet was claimed. I'm trying to figure out who claimed it then. Hold on a second. Matt Neal. Now I said Matthew Sweet earlier, and there's an actual Neil Brashear, and Beverly wants the Beach Boys. Why can't I see Neil's comments? Let me see what's going on here. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. Nick Bargeron said, was there a Walter Trout and the Rascals earlier? No, there was not. Joe Maynard says, what's the Matthew Suite? See how far up that was. War. I don't see that. Yeah, that didn't come through. Okay. So, Beverly Hisner is going to get the Beach Boys. Let's go ahead and tag that. First, the record that's still laying here, which is the Police, that is sold to Jonathan Greer, yes. And then Beverly Hisner gets the Beach Boys, and now Neil Brashear. His comments never showed up on the main feed. Okay. If you don't ever see it pop up on the embedded feed, you might want to try it again, but that suite is sold. Okay, not much left in that crate, just those few. Let me grab a few more. I'll put those there because that'll be a bin. We might do a big recap later tonight, but there's an empty crate if we need it. Let me grab the next crate. I'll do the auctions. Let me see what's left over here in this one. Killer Dwarfs. What in the world? Killer Dwarfs. We had somebody pulled over in our parking lot again. They're moving on now. There's a couple of Head East albums I've never seen before. Well, I've had that one, but this one here I've never seen. Let's see here. Wow. Interesting stuff. We might have to auction this Eddie Money. I mean, it's not like it's by no means rare, but it's a really nice looking copy and shrink wrap and hop sticker. Okay, this may be the last crate of new stuff for the night, and then we'll start going through some buy it now best offer. So this is all new stuff here, but then we're going to go through some buy it now best offer stuff. This is too nice not to put up for auction. It's Eddie Money, No Control, in shrink wrap. They took the hop sticker and covered up his face, but it does have the original inner sleeve. And the vinyl is like, that's not near mint. That's more like EX plus more than near mint. But that's a $20 start. Eddie Money. It's in shrink wrap with hop sticker. How about a Killer Dwarfs? Dirty Weapons. I was actually supposed to put up Matthew Sweet, wasn't I? Let's run these two very quickly. Killer Dwarfs, Dirty Weapons. It's a 1990 European pressing. $35 start. Killer Dwarfs, Dirty Weapons with the original inner sleeve. That is truly near mint. $35. Killer Dwarfs, Dirty Weapons. $35 start on that. And Calvin's in on Eddie Money at $20. All right, going once, going twice on that. New Vintage Arrivals. Rod Stewart, A Shot of Rhythm and Blues, has a promo sticker. $19.99. There's something sticking out of it here, too. What is this? A Focus on Stardom. Rod Stewart, some kind of promotional insert, too. Rod Stewart. That's a gatefold, A Shot of Rhythm and Blues. Is the label promo, too? The label's not really marked. Yeah, it is. It's a promo label as well. Rod Stewart, $14.99. Promo sticker, promo label, promo insert. Rod Stewart's $19.99. Calvin's at $20 on Eddie Money. Going twice, going three times. Killer Dwarfs. This is Killer Dwarfs is at $35, and Terry Westwood's also at $35. Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours. Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99 on Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours. J.J. Kell, Troubadour, $34.99. Shane Devers is at $21 on Eddie Money. Roadrunner, Teenage Warcry, $49.99 from 1983. Roadrunner, Teenage Warcry, Acme Records, near mint. This is $49.99. It's also got this plastic sleeve that I'm not a fan of. I might put this in a new inner sleeve if I can't get this. That is the probably original to it, but it's not the greatest. That's Roadrunner, Teenage Warcry, 1983 in shrink wrap, $49.99. Eddie Money, $22. Craig, so Terry, you're out on the Killer Dwarfs. You can bid again or say out, but Craig was in first at $35. Jimmy Buffett, you had to be there. Jimmy Buffett recorded live, 2 LP, $29.99. Mouth and McNeil, How Do You Do? Mouth and McNeil is $9.99. Mott the Hoople, Mott is $19.99 for Mott the Hoople. And Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Zuma, $34.99. Ozark Mountain Daredevils is $14.99. And Head East, Choice of Weapons, $19.99 in shrink wrap. Head East, Choice of Weapons, $19.99. So now, final call on Killer Dwarfs, $35. And final call on Eddie Money, $25. Sticks, Pieces of 8, picture disc. Sticks, Pieces of 8, picture disc, $34.99. See back of Head East, lead singer. Lead singer for Head East is, let's see, Roger Boyd, Kurt Hansen, Donnie Dobbins, and Tony Gross. Lead vocals, Kurt Hansen, in shrink wrap, $19.99. Jared McLaughlin first on Mouth and McNeil. Rod Stewart, or whoa, that's not Mouth and McNeil. Jared McLaughlin on Mouth and McNeil. We have Michael Nath, Rod, first or both for $30. First or both for $30. So he's saying he will take this one or he'll take both of them for $30. I'll do both of them for $30. Sell those both to Michael Nath for $30. And John Fogerty, center field, Put Me in Coach, $19.99. John Fogerty, center field. John Prine, the best of John Prine, Prime, $34.99. Now, it's time to end some auctions. Killer Dwarfs is sold to Craig Proper for $35. That's sold to Craig Proper. And Eddie Money is sold to Shane Devers for $25. Those are both sold at auction. Next new claim was Dan Benedict on KFJF. He wants John Fogerty, Dan Benedict. Let's put up 2 new auctions. We have a Marillion album that I don't think I've ever seen, The Thieving Magpipe. And I've got a Matthew Sweet. And then we got a couple Led Zeppelins, but we may just make those by now. We have Matthew Sweet, 100% Fun from 1995. This is in shrink wrap. This must be a 1995 pressing. $50 start on Matthew Sweet, 100% Sweet. It's near mint. It's in shrink wrap. It's from 1995. It's a $50 start. It also includes the original insert, Matthew Sweet. That's $50 start, 1995, $50 start. Marillion, The Thieving Magpipe, La Gaza La Rada. This is also a $50 start. Never seen this Marillion before, from 1988. It's a 2 LP with inner sleeves. There's one inner sleeve, there's 2 inner sleeves. There's Fugazi, there's Misplaced Childhoods. I don't really know what's going on here. Clutching at Straws, Script for a Jester's Tear. But those are $50. That's a $50 start. The Thieving Magpipe from 1988. It's near mint with original inner sleeves. Marillion is a $50. So we got Matthew Sweet and Marillion up for auction. It's a best of. Thank you, Michael Ing. I was going to say it's either best of live or best of based on what the inner sleeves look like there. So those are up for auctions. So Marillion and Matthew Sweet. I guess if you want to bid on Matthew Sweet, put MS and then Marillion, MA. MA. The Pretenders 2, or MR, or MN. Anything but MS. This is The Pretenders 2, 1999. The Best of Elmore James. The Best of Elmore James, 1999. So Best of Live. Okay. Marillion's Best of Live. The Best of Elmore James. This is 1999. Sold to Michael Nath. We have Beauty and Sadness, The Smithereens, 1999. The Smithereens, Beauty and Sadness, 1999. John Cafferty, Tough All Over, 1999 for John Cafferty, Tough All Over. Juice Newton, Greatest Hits, Angel of the Morton, $9.99. Jeremiah is 57 on Matthew Sweet. John Leal, first on the Smithereens. Colin, second. Robert Johnson, third. Chris Gleason, fourth. And Brent Robley, fifth. What did Brent ask for? Matthew Sweet, 150 gram. Let me check, but it didn't. It felt like it. Let me look at it one more time closely. The Fix is in shrink wrap. Reach the Beach in shrink wrap, $24.99. This is from 1995, and it is, yeah, it feels like 150 gram. It's not 180 gram. Yeah, that's like a standard weight. It's like most other, a standard weight, 150 gram. Okay, Colin Butler is in on the Fix. Michael Ling is in on Marillion at 50. So Colin Butler got the Fix. Marillion's at $50, going once, going twice. Matthew Sweet's at 57 with Jeremiah Lewis. Grand Funk, we're an American band. Finally, a nice one. We've had some before that has like writing or have a clip corner. This is gold foil cover. It's on yellow gold vinyl with the stickers. So near mint and complete, $39.99. $39.99. Neil Young, Comes a Time, $34.99 for Neil Young, Comes a Time, $34.99. Willie Nelson, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, $14.99. Willie Nelson, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. The Essential Jimi Hendrix, Volume 2. Essential Jimi Hendrix, Volume 2, $34.99 for Jimi Hendrix. Head East, Onward and Upward, $19.99. Head East, Onward and Upward. Robbie Robinson, Roger Boyd, Steve Hudson, Tony Gross Jr., and Dan Odom. $19.99. Head East, Onward, and Upward. That's another one that I don't see too often. Greg Kihn Band, Continued. Greg Kihn is $14.99. And Dark Side of the Moon is $64.99. Boy, this looks like a nice one. $64.99. It's a gatefold. Very little wear on the covers. The vinyl also has no condition notes on it. And we have the Great Pyramids poster with this one. It does have a Great Pyramids poster, and that's it. This album came with 2 posters and a set of stickers. And that is $64.99. Okay, Colin Butler needs to put back the Fix. He already has it. And Jonathan, okay, first of all, Marillion is at 52 now with Fred Carnell. So Michael Ling, you're out of Marillion. And then Jonathan says, I'll take Matthew Sweet for 60. So Jonathan, this is how this works. This is an auction. So if you want to bid on Matthew Sweet, the only thing you have to put is MS for Matthew Sweet and then your bid. That's the only thing you have to put. Otherwise, I might be confused on what you're saying. So put MS for Matthew Sweet and then the numerical for your bid. So the current bid is $61. So that means if you want to bid, you can put 62, MS 62, MS 65, anything like that, and then I'll know you're bidding. The high bid right now, though, is 61 with Jeremiah. Michael Ling is back in on Marillion at 55. Michael Ling also wants Roadrunner. Was that something in here, or did I miss something? The Fix, though, is still available, $24.99. Seals and Crofts Greatest Hits, $9.99 on Seals and Crofts Greatest Hits. The Golden Hits of Shangri-La, featuring Leader of the Pack. Golden Hits of Shangri-La is $19.99. Michael, oh, that was Head East, wasn't it? Roadrunner. No? What was, oh, that was this one. Aha. This is So to Michael Ling. Know what you're talking about now. Matthew Sweet, 60, 62, 65 on Matthew Sweet. Colin Butler wants the best of Seals and Crofts. Marillion is at 65. Fred, if you're bidding on Marillion, please put MA for Marillion, because we got 2 M artists. We got Matthew Sweet and we got Marillion. I know you're probably bidding on Marillion, but put MA for that one, and that's at 56. And then Matthew Sweet is now at 65. Seals and Crofts went to Colin. Terry was second. Romelu was third. The Vintage Years, Dale Shannon. The Vintage Years of Dale Shannon, $19.99. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, $34.99. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. And Emmylou Harris, Blue Kentucky Girl, $14.99. I'm going to read through those titles one more time. Remind you of what's left in here. We got 2 auctions going on. Fred Carnell's at 56 on Marillion, and Jonathan's at 70 on Matthew Sweet. Michael's out on Marillion. So it looks like Fred Carnell, unless somebody else may end up with that. 56 final call. Jonathan and somebody else, a couple people still bidding on Matthew Sweet. We have J.J. Kell, Troubadour, $34.99. Jimmy Buffett, You Had to Be There, $29.99 live. Mott the Hoople Mod, it has a promo. Let's check the label. It has a promo strip at the bottom. Not a promo label, though. $19.99. Price and condition of Zuma. That was Neil Young. It was near mint. Actually, it's coming up right here. It feels like a foreign press. It is a Reprise Australia. This is a near mint. The vinyl's beautiful. Near mint Australian pressing. $34.99. Neil Young Zuma. Sticks was a picture disc. Pieces of 8. $34.99. Joe's also out on Matthew Sweet. So, Jonathan, you have Matthew Sweet for 70. Final call. And Marillion is at 56. Final call on that one. Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Head East. Choice of Weapon. The Best of John Prine. The Pretenders 2. John Cafferty. Tough All Over. That one messed me up. Tough All Over. Juice Newton's Greatest Hits. Thomas Bowman wants Emmylou Harris. That's so to Thomas Bowman. Grand Funk, We're an American Band. $39.99. And Neil Young, Comes a Time. $34.99. Willie Nelson, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. $14.99. The Essential Jimi Hendrix. $34.99. Head East, Onward and Upward. $19.99. We have Greg Ginn Band Continued. $14.99. Dark Side of the Moon, $64.99. Head East, Reach the Beach, The Fix, $24.99. Shangri-La's, Del Shannon, and Jimi Hendrix. Matthew Sweet is sold to Jonathan Greer for $70. Fred Carnell gets Marillion for $56. There was a couple things that we may have auctioned out of that bin, but I'm going to go ahead and put them up as a buy now. Definitely going to auction, let's see here. Yeah, let me just make a few of these a buy now, except Marillion and Quiet Riot. I got another Marillion record. This one's called Clutching at Straws. Marillion. I don't think I've had this one, from 1987. $40 start. This is Marillion Clutching at Straws. $40 start. Has the original inner sleeve. $40 start. Marillion Clutching at Straws. Yeah, near mint vinyl with the original inner sleeve. Marillion is a $40 start. And Quiet Riot Condition Critical. This is a $25 start. Quiet Riot Condition Critical. Original inner sleeve. $25 start on Quiet Riot. Just a $25 start on that. Next is Head East Choice of Weapons. Choice of Weapons. Is that a claim? I guess that is a claim from Wade Lucas. Choice of Weapons. Where is that one at? Right here. This one, near mint shrink wrap. That's sold to Wade Lucas. Tillman Smoot wants the Pictures of 8 picture disc. That's sold to Tillman Smoot. Dave Plunkett is going to take the Neil Young Zuma. And we got $25 and $40 starts on those two auctions. And now we're going to move into some buy. Now, we're actually going to go straight into that crate. Last night, if you were tuned in for part 2, there was a crate that we didn't, we were trying to go through it and we couldn't get our connection to work. So we were kicked off YouTube for some reason. And then we never could get it situated. Then we got kicked off again, or booted off. Not really kicked off, just lost connection. So that was the last two auctions from that crate. We're not done with auctions tonight, but I do have some stuff for a buy it now. I'm going to go ahead and show these as a buy it now, and they're all first come, first serve. Let me show these first. We have Steely Dan, Asia. This is Steely Dan. It's a Portugal pressing of Asia, $29.99. Odd label. It's pressed in Portugal, $29.99 on Steely Dan Asia. Don Henley, The End of Innocence, is a 1989 German pressing. Don Henley, End of Innocence, $39.99. Buckingham Nicks, 1973 gatefold, $123.99. What price did I just say? $129.99. Buckingham Nicks, $129.99. That's a 73 all-disc pressing of Buckingham Nicks. It has a braille strip along the top. It has a braille strip along the top here, just so you know. I've got two Led Zeppelins. I'm going to show them at the same time. We have In Through the Outdoor, is $34.99. That's the C cover. And we have Coda for $39.99. $34 and $39.99 on Led Zeppelin, Buckingham Nicks, Don Henley, and Brian C. put DD. That was for, not for Buckingham Nicks. DD isn't Don Henley. It's not Duran Duran. It's not Steely Dan. It's not Led Zeppelin or Led Zeppelin. Final call. Quiet Right's a $25 start, and Marillion is a $40 start. I don't see a DD. Let me know what DD was. He meant D. Now I see an SS and a DH. We'll get that figured out in just a second. Let me go ahead and grab this crate that we were trying to go through last night, maybe. I think this is the one. And we'll do some buy it now best offer. So now this is the point in the show where if you're ready to make offers, I will maybe listen to them. Yeah, this is what we were trying to go through last night. Maybe this crate isn't cursed and it don't like kill our feed or something. So, all right. He wanted Steely Dan Asia, the Portugal pressing. Okay, so that is sold to Brian C. Steely Dan. Next was Greg Preston wants Don Henley. And Brian Steely Dan. Okay. All right, so Buckingham Nicks, Led Zeppelin. I'll just go ahead and put these back in this crate right here. If anybody wants to make an offer on Buckingham Nicks, go right ahead. Wow, buy it now and Quiet Riot for $25. Who wants Quiet Riot for $25? I bet somebody does for $25 as a buy it now on that. Condition critical. And Marillion is a $40 buy it now if anybody wants that. I'll put up some new Japanese stuff. Troy Chirac wants Quiet Riot. That's sold to Troy for $25. And Marillion is a $40 buy it now. So there's only two things that have not got bids tonight. Stevie Wonder and Marillion, or have not technically sold on the auction block. So these are all going to be buy it now best offer. Let me go ahead and put up a couple new Japanese pressings in the back. While you're thinking about that, we got Joe Jackson and we got the Cars. Japanese pressings of these. We'll get these rolling. Joe Jackson, Night and Day. And we have the Cars, Heartbeat City, which I will show first. The Cars, Heartbeat City, is a near mint Japanese pressing with Obi. It is a near mint Japanese pressing with Obi, Heartbeat City. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. It has the original inner sleeve. It does have some discoloration. And the cover here is very nice. No, the discoloration is just on the inner sleeve, none on the cover. So just some spots on the inner sleeve, none on the cover. $35 start on that. And Joe Jackson Night and Day. Is near mint and pristine. That's a $35 start. Nothing wrong with this one. Actually, may have just a couple of faint discoloration spots. Just a couple spotted spots on the front. That's a $35 start. All right, let me put up here. And let me set these aside. Okay. Put these over here for right now. Those are the two auctions. So everything in here is going to be buy it now best offer. Paul, I think we ended up selling that. I think we had somebody actually make an offer on it, and I was like, well, Paul made an offer on it, and I don't think you got off at the wrong time, unfortunately. I think we did sell it. John Lill needs to put back Stevie Wonder. That is a putback from John Lill. Woman in red. Okay, Wings at the Speed of Sound. Wings is $24.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Wings at the Speed of Sound. George Harrison Dark Horse is $24.99. We have Steely Dan Gold. That's in shrink wrap. $34.99. Steely Dan Gold. That's a compilation. Jay Giles Band Nightmares, $19.99. Jay Giles Band Nightmares. And Super Pack, the Ohio Players, which is a 2LP compilation from 1977. $54.99 on the Ohio Players Super Pack. Jerry Jeff Walker is $19.99. Jerry Jeff Walker. Paul McCartney, London Town, $24.99. Do not hesitate to make offers on these. Do we have anti-static inner sleeves? We do. Let me go grab a few packs. I ain't shown any supplies in a while. I'm sure there'll be some people want some. We have anti-statics and inner sleeves. Give me 1 second. Feels good to walk around. I've been standing there for 3.5 hours. I hadn't done a lot of walking tonight. Usually I'm like, well, let me step over here and get this or get that. Anti-statics, a pack of 50, $23.99. That's our best seller there. That's what I use because we have so many of them. Sound sleeves from Bags Unlimited. And a pack, and these, if you buy any vintage records from us, any vintage LPs you get from us, this is the outer sleeves we use, which are vinyl style, $29.99. So inners, I-N-N-E-R-S is $23.99, and outers, a pack of 100, 3 mil, is $29.99. We may need these outers. Are they actually using these packs? They're actually using these packs because we're out. Wow, so we might not need to sell too many of those. We're low supply. I just ordered 15 cases of new outers because we, as y'all can imagine, we go through thousands of them. Thousands and thousands. Let me get back up to the top. Terry Westwood offered 15 for Jay Giles. That sold to Terry Westwood for 15. Scotty Hopps offered 20 for George Harrison. That sold to Scotty Hopps for 20. What was the last Marillion album? The Marillion album was called Clutching at Straws. It's a $40 buy it now. Clutching at Straws, or $39.99 if you want to be precise. Marillion Clutching at Straws, $39.99. Craig Johnson. We have Monica wants 1 pack of inners. You can't get the Big Fudge. We have Big Fudge, not outers. We have Big Fudge inners. And Brent Robley offered 15 for JJ. Was that Jerry Jeff? If so, sell that to Brent for 15. Bill wants a pack of outers, and Monica wants a pack of inners. Well, the 2 things I brought up here, we'll sell them. I may not need to sell too many more packs of outers until we get more in. I need to order some more retail then if they're using those. And Craig says he'll take Marillion for $39.99. All right, we're looking for $35 starts on these auctions. We'll put up some new stuff. If those don't get bids, everything in here is bought now, best offer. We still got Paul McCartney, Ohio Players, Steely Dan, and Wings. Everybody Loves Dancing, Cool and the Gang. Cool and the Gang is $19.99. Everybody Loves Dancing. Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter. Joni Mitchell is $29.99. The Monkey's Head from 1968, the soundtrack to their movie, $99.99. $99.99 on The Monkey's Head. George Strait, Something Special, $49.99. George Strait, near mint. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That is sealed. Sealed, $14.99. It's never been opened. We also have On Stage, Volume 2, Hank Williams, Live Performance, $24.99 for Hank Williams Sr. Live. Gary Moore, Run for Cover. Gary Moore is a 1985 UK pressing, $24.99 for Gary Moore, Run for Cover, $24.99. Little Feat is a 1970 white label promo, $99.99. 1970 white label promo, $99.99. Do you have the Big Fudge record cleaner, just a spray? I do not have that. The only thing Big Fudge I have is, well, actually, I think I have some cleaning fluids, but I don't think I have Big Fudge like this, the fluid. I can check on that for you, though, Stacy. Craig said, take Joe Maynard on Linda Ronstadt. And do you have any 45 outers? Let's see what I have over here. I think I actually do. I got 2 packs of something over here. Let me grab this whole thing here, see what we have. We have a pack of Big Fudge 7-inch outer sleeves, 3 mil. Pack of 100 is $16.99, Jeff Bergman. And if you need inners, a pack of 50 white inners are $15.99. So 100 pack of outers and a 50 pack of inners, $16 and $15.99. I also have Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite. That's $9.99. Drive Like Jehu, $9.99. Chris Stapleton, I'm a Ram. Chris Stapleton is $11.99. And Weezer, Tell Me What You Want. Weezer is $14.99. So Weezer, Chris Stapleton, Drive Like Jehu, Ben Harper, and Charlie Musselwhite. And Big Fudge. Jeff says he'll take the outers. And Bill says outers as well. I'll have to put you on a list for those. I've only got this 1 pack for Jeff. So I'll lay that right there, Tanner. That's some random 45 stuff I just brought over. Let's see. Let me get back to the top and do all this in order. So we pulled Linda Ronstadt. Jeff got the outers. He asked about them. Hendry offered $21 for Gary Moore. That's sold to Hendry. Gary Moore, $21. Bill, I'll put you on a waiting list for some 7-inch outers. Kelly offered $18 for Gary Moore. Hendry's already got it for $21. Next record is George Strait Beyond the Blue Neon. $49.99. Got 2 George Straits in there and a Little Feet promo. In a Hearing of Atomic Rooster, 71 UK, $49.99. I think right in here is where the feed went bad last night. It's a Pegasus UK pressing near mint gatefold. Atomic Rooster, $49.99. Bob Dylan Planet Waves, $34.99. Snakes and Ladders, the best of Rod Stewart and Faces, $24.99. Stay With Me, Rod Stewart and Faces, best of Snakes and Ladders, $24.99. Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon, $19.99. And Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain, $24.99. Can I see the Drive Like Jehu again? Drive Like Jehu. That was $39.99. Drive Like Jehu. Handed over, Bullet Train to Vegas. It looks like a new sealed 7-inch, $9.99. I think this is new. Drive Like Jehu. Looks like there's a sticker or something else in there too. That is $9.99. Jonathan Greer says he'll take the Joe Cocker. Abby is going to get the Faces for $18. Those are both sold. Boston, Don't Look Back. $34.99 on Boston. Don't Look Back. John Mayall, The Turning Point. $24.99. John Mayall, The Turning Point, $24.99. Sean says he'll take it. Sean says he'll take it. That's sold to Sean Netzel. We also have Molly Hatchet, Beating the Odds, $19.99. Molly Hatchet, Beating the Odds, $19.99 for Molly Hatchet. Beating the Odds. Kelly said she'll give $18 for John Mayall. Sell that to Kelly for $18. Triangle, the Beau Brummels in shrink wrap, $29.99. Triangle, the Beau Brummels, that's on the original gold Warner Brothers label, mono, near mint and shrink wrap. Very cool. $29.99 on the Beau Brummels. The Blues Breakers, John Mayall with Eric Clapton, $29.99. John Mayall with Eric Clapton, $29.99. Blues Breakers. Manfred Mann's Earth Band watch, $14.99. Has a promo sticker on the front. Fairport Convention, A Movable Feast. Fairport Convention is $19.99. Recorded live in concert, near mint vinyl, $19.99. Recorded live in concert. Brent Rabley offered $22 for John Mayall Blues Breakers. Sell that to Brent Rabley for $22. Bundle price on both George Straits. I will give you some pretty good savings if I'm going to sell you both of those for $85. Both near mint and pristine, George Strait. Something special and Beyond the Blue Neon. $85. $85 on those. Marty Ellis said $13 on MH. I think I just sold one of these out of New Arrivals. Marty, I'll sell that to you for $15. Somebody just bought one of these. It might have been Marty. It happens all the time. Somebody buys something out of New Arrivals. We'll see one later in the show. $15 on that. The Beatles' Help is a 1973 UK French export press. $34.99. The Beatles' Help. That is a 1973 UK French export press. $34.99 on the Beatles' Help. Elton John, Breaking Hearts, $19.99. Elton John, Breaking Hearts, $19.99. Marty Ellis gets Molly Hatchet for $15. Simon & Garfunkel, The Concert in Central Park with booklet, $24.99. Simon & Garfunkel. John Prine is a 1971 Richmond press. Looks very nice. $64.99 for John Prine. $671, $64.99. Led Zeppelin, $44.99. Led Zeppelin 4, $44.99. It's a 5-digit near mint vinyl. Romelu wants the Simon & Garfunkel live in Central Park, New York. 10cc, How Dare You, $14.99 on 10cc. And The Cars, their self-titled debut album, $34.99. Very clean, Red Electra label. Craig Johnson said, JM 1645. JM 1645. Now, what was JM? We're about to figure that out. JM 1645. It wasn't 10cc or The Cars or Led Zeppelin or John Prine or Elton John or the Beatles or Fairport Convention or Manfred Mann, or it was Joni Mitchell. That was Ladies of the Canyon, maybe? If so, sell it to him for $16.99. We have Rockin', the Guess Who, $19.99 for Rockin' the Guess Who. Linda Ronstadt, Silk Purse is $19.99. Neil's going to pass on the George Strait, so if anybody wants those.
I think we got about
Tanner says we got a buyer for them. Okay. I showed them last night, so somebody may have messaged the page. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is $34.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Okay, Joe Jackson. I need to put up some new auctions. Joe Jackson, if anybody wants it, $35 buy it now. And the Cars is a $35 buy it now. So Joe Jackson and the Cars, those are both $35 buy it nows. The T-set, My Belle Amie T-set is $12.99. Paul Simon, there goes a Ryman Simon for $19.99. Near Mint, Gatefold, there goes a Ryman Simon, $19.99. Robert Palmer is $19.99. Secrets. Doctor, Give Me the News is on that one. And Amen Corner and Small Faces. Amen Corner and Small Faces, $19.99. Romelu, you were first to Joe Jackson, but you keyed in the incorrect mount. That might have been an offer. But Brian C. was second. But you still have dibs, Romelu, if you want Joe Jackson for $35. You can have it for $35. If you pass, then it's sold to Brian C. Price on Super Freak. There is no Super Freak. There's a Super Pack, Ohio Players Super Pack, which is a compilation, and that is $54.99. Dan Benedict offered $24 for Help, and Scotty said the best price. The best price is going to be $30 on Help. Yeah, $34. 1973 French UK export, $30 on that. Dan Benedict, if you say no, then Scotty may say yes, but $30 is that one. Colin passed on the Ohio Players. Christopher said he would give $15 on Ronstadt. I think that's already sold, or maybe this one. No, this one's still available. Silk Purse. Sell this to Christopher Brescia. I don't know if I got that last name right, but if so, that's so to you. Pretty sure you're a first-time buyer, so thank you and welcome. Make sure you send our Facebook page a message, which is CollectCo. We did a message with your email address and your mailing address sent to this page so we can send you an invoice on Sunday or Monday. We offer $7 in limited shipping for as much as you want to buy all week. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second while I drink some water. Okay, I'm back. I feel a lot more refreshed. We have Romelu said he would give $35 for Joe Jackson. That's sold to him. Dan says he'll pass it on Help, but Scotty says he'll take it for $30. We have Rock and Roll 62, $14.99. John Glenn in Space, Kennedy Khrushchev in Cuban Showdown, $14.99. U2 is still here. Wow, The Unforgettable Fire. The best U2 album, $34.99. It's a beautiful copy with an original inner sleeve, $34.99. Slime, The Family Stone's Greatest Hits. It's a UK pressing with very nice vinyl, $24.99. Unfortunately, looks like somebody took a blue paintbrush and I think they're trying to add to it, and then the cover has some damage. The vinyl, that's really nice, and it's a UK copy, $24.99. Lily McCurry wants the Rock and Roll. That's sold to Lily McCurry. And Little Johnny Taylor, Stuck in the Mud. Little Johnny Taylor is $14.99. Let's sell Aram Lazelle U2 for $28. That's sold to Aram Lazelle. That was a great crate. I'm glad we went back through that one again. I've got another one coming up next, but first, I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. Nobody wants the Japanese pressing of the Cars for $35. Great music on that. Drive. Who's going to take you home tonight? In the meantime, I'll put up two new ones. I've got Night Ranger and Paul McCartney. I also got a Beatles Hey Jude in here. We'll do those next, but I do have more to get to. First is Night Ranger and Paul McCartney. This Night Ranger is really cool. It's near mint shrink wrap. It's called Midnight Madness, with probably their biggest commercial album as far as sales, with that hit song Sister Christian on it. This is a $35 start. Night Ranger Midnight Madness. Night Ranger Midnight Madness is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. It has this, I don't know if I've ever seen this, Night Ranger special issue book with it. Has a book, multi-page book with pictures and words, and that's a $35 start. And then Night Ranger has a two-page flip with it, and that's a $35 start. Near mint and shrink wrap, $35 start. Next comment was, how much was the Drive Like Jehu bought? Sean, that was $9.99. Do y'all have Pink Floyd Live and Pompeii and vinyl? No, that's never been officially released. There's bootlegs, but we do not have one. Georgiana says she'll take the Cars for $35. That's sold to Georgiana for $35. Also, Night Ranger, Georgiana's in at $35 on that. So that's now up for bid. The next auction is Paul McCartney, Tug of War. Paul McCartney, Tug of War is near mint and pristine. I don't know if I've had this one in a while. It's got an obi with it. It's very nice. It's a $35 start. It also has a Tug of War booklet with it, with lyrics. $35 start on Paul McCartney, Tug of War. It is near mint and pristine. Beautiful copy. Really nice cover of obi as well. $35 on that. Night Ranger's at $36, now $38. So here's what's left in this crate. I'm just going to read titles. If you want to know a price, let me know. Or if you already know the price and you want to make an offer, go right ahead. Speaking of Paul McCartney, there's Wings at the Speed of Sound. Steely Dan Gold has the songs Hey 19, Green Earrings, Deacon Blues, Chain Lightning, FM, which is not on any of their albums except the FM soundtrack, Black Cow, King of the World, and Babylon Sisters. That's in shrink wrap. It's a Steely Dan compilation, $34.99. Wings, Steely Dan, More Wings, London Town, Everybody's Dancing, Cool in the Game, Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, The Monkey's Head, Hank Williams Sr., Volume 2 on stage, live, Little Feat's a white label promo, In Hearing of Atomic Rooster, $34.99. Bob Dylan, Planet Waves, Boston, Don't Look Back, Beau Brummels and Shrink Wrap, Fairport Convention Live, and Manfred Mann Band, Watch, Manfred Mann's Earth Band. Night Ranger, 35, 36, 38, 40, 40, 45, and Alan said he'd give 29 for Steely Dan. Sell that to Alan Jonathan for 29. Elton John, Breaking Hearts. John Prine was a 71 OG, $64.99. Led Zeppelin 4 is still available, $44.99. 10cc, The Guess Who. And then here's another Cars album that's full of great songs. I mean, every song on here is fantastic. $34.99. The Cars self-titled debut. Good Times Roll, My Best Friend's Girl, Moving in Stereo, Bye Bye Love, all mixed up. Night Ranger's at $47 with Keith. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is still available, $34.99 on Fleetwood Mac Tusk. T-Set, My Bella Me, Paul Simon with Kodachrome and other hits. Robert Palmer still available. Small Faces, Ohio Players. Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits. Thank you for being my friend. I want to take you higher. Stand. Everyday people dance to the music. You can make it if you try. Single Simple Song and My Lady. And Little Johnny Taylor. Time for a new crate. If anybody does change their mind on anything in there, or if you want to make an offer, be my guest. Actually, I may, let's see what else I got over here. Move all these Japanese sleeves and vinyl. That was tonight's newest arrival. We had so many great new records tonight as well, including in the new vinyl department. Let me go through these one more time. Here's all the new vinyl for tonight. We had a bunch too. We had a bunch of new vinyl. There's a couple in here you might want to get on a waiting list for, or claim these before there's a waiting list before Monday. We have AC/DC, 2 copies left of Ball Breaker, $34.99 from 1995. That's been out of stock and out of print for quite some time. Ball Breaker, AC/DC, only 2 copies left of that. Genesis, last copy, Half-Speed Master of Invisible Touch. These are all new and sealed. $29.99. Halloween, Walls of Jericho, $44.99. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, $29.99 for Nickelback. Judas Priest, Sin After Sin, $29.99. Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 1, $44.99. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits is $44.99. Korn, self-titled, 2 LP from Music on Vinyl, $56.99. Wasp, The Last Command, $44.99. And here's a big one. Back in stock, it's been a while. Reputation, Taylor Swift, 2 LP picture disc, $49.99. Jerry Wallace said he'll take Sly. That was the Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits. Sell that to Jerry Wallace. And Brent offered $18 for the Beau Brummels. Let me take a look at the Beau Brummels Triangle. Such a nice copy. We'll go ahead and sell that to Brent, though, for $18. Beau Brummels. Those are both sold. Georgiana, you're out on Night Ranger. If you're done bidding, say out. Keith has it for $50. When I end that, I'm going to make Paul McCartney a buy it now. Never mind, Georgiana's at $55. So Taylor Swift, Michael Herrera wants Wasp. We have Taylor Swift, Korn, Whitesnake, Halloween, Judas Priest, Nickelback, Halloween, Genesis, AC/DC. We had so many other great titles in there that we have waiting lists for. Like I said, we'll have those back in available Monday and Tuesday to show you live, so don't miss out on new vinyl then. So Georgiana bid one more time on Night Ranger, and Mike and Keith now says out. If not now, then when on red vinyl? Are you asking for Incubus? I don't have anything on Incubus. Zero. None. No Incubus records here. Now, I could say that and go over here and find one probably, but I don't think I have that one. All right, let's go through another bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. Wow, there's some great looking titles right off the bat. And take advantage since they're now Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's go through some. Martin Pryor says he'll take a Ball Breaker. That's one I'm really surprised we didn't sell out of because that's been out of print for a while. Let me show you another AC/DC album from that era. I got one copy left. That's sold to Martin Pryor. I got, here's another AC/DC album from that era. You know, all the stuff from the 70s and 80s, of course, it's kind of tough to find, especially in good condition. But when you get to this album, and do I have the other one? I guess this album for sure. This is the other one, especially because it has Thunderstruck on it. The Razor's Edge. The Razor's Edge. And this is $31.99. This one came out in 1990. The Razor's Edge, $31.99. Of course, it has Thunderstruck on it. Fire Guns, Money Talks. 1990, right? Yeah, 1990. My eyes were going cross. Razor's Edge. So I got 4 of those in stock. Sold a bunch of them. Sounds really good too. Thunderstruck on that pressing. Craig Johnson needs a pack of outer sleeves. You got it. We'll say that. All right, Night Ranger is sold to Georgiana for $55. If anybody wants Paul McCartney, Paul's a $35 Buy It Now. Let's start this new crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. I'll get 2 new Japanese auctions started in just a second. The Rolling Stones, Sucking in the 70s. Someone has put the big lips and tongue hype sticker right on the front. $34.99. That is the Rolling Stones, $34.99, Sucking in the 70s. Simon & Garfunkel, Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme. Second label, very clean vinyl though, $14.99 for Simon & Garfunkel. Linda Ronstadt, Trio. This is Dolly, Linda, and Emmylou, the Trio and Shrink Wrap, $24.99. Do you have outer sleeves for box sets? No, I do not. No, I do not. We used to have some, but it's like different. There's so many different sizes. It's almost like ordering T-shirts. You got to have 9 different sizes. But I can get some, Jerry. Let me know maybe what you're looking for if you want a standard size. Box sets are hard to sleeve, though. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, 1972. It's a club copy from 72, $49.99. That's the first label, but it is a club copy. Beautiful, though. Gatefold, Steely Dan, $49.99. Queen 2, another surprise. I can't believe this is still here. This is a Santa Maria press from 1974 Santa Maria press, $39.99 on Queen 2. There's 2 great ones right there. David Leibom, Sweet Hands. That's $14.99. David Leibom, Sweet Hands, $14.99. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. Lou Reed is $34.99. Orange RCA label for Rock and Roll Animal. Lou Reed. Mungo Santa Maria, Mungo Mania. That's $14.99 for Mungo Santa Maria. The Firesign Theater presents Waiting for the Electrician. Firesign Theater is $14.99. And we have Jesus Christ Superstar box set. So that has the LP and a book with it. Nice box set, $19.99. Now that has a sleeve on it. These, if you have a thinner box set like this or All Things Must Pass, these vinyl style 3mm we use, they'll fit them. John made that fit. Rich offered 10 for Simon & Garfunkel. We'll go ahead and sell that to Rich. And Abby offered 30 for Queen. Abby, let's see, 1, 2, 10 would be 3, 6. Abby, let's make this $33.99. And keep in accordance with about the percentage I'm doing off on these. That's such a nice copy. I'll do that for $33.99. Rich, I sold you Simon & Garfunkel for 10. And Deep Purple is $29.99. Deep Purple is $29.99. So the way I discount these, kind of the way my brain works on these, it depends on the title. It depends on how good of the condition it is, how often we get it, how recent it's been put out. Something like Queen, you know, usually these are instant sellers, but not only that, this album is usually pretty beat up, and it's really nice, Abby, before you say no for sure or pass for sure. It's got the original inner sleeve, and the vinyl's really nice. You know, these are usually like VG. We have so many more in the check condition bin than we do in the non-check condition bin, but $33.99 on that. So that's nicer copy. So usually my offers or prices depending on condition, how often we get it, should it have already sold, etc. Alan Jonathan said 35 on Steely Dan. Abby's passing on Queen. We're going to sell Alan Steely Dan for 35. And Hey Jude is $34.99. The Beatles' Hey Jude, Apple pressing, $34.99 on Hey Jude. JR wrote his name on the cover. Other than that, it's very clean. Three Dog Night, Cyan, $19.99 on Three Dog Night. Bob Dylan is a 72 Terre Haute press, $64.99. It's a 72 press of Blonde on Blonde. 72 press of Blonde on Blonde. Bob Dylan, $64.99. Van Morrison, no guru, no method, no teacher. Van Morrison, $34.99. Jonathan Greer wants Three Dog Night. That's so to Jonathan Greer. Dave Grusin and Lee Ritenour, $9.99 for Dave Grusin and Lee Ritenour. Hank Williams, The Lonesome Legend, $19.99 in shrink wrap. The Lonesome Legend, $19.99 on Hank Sr. My Baby's Gone, the Louvin Brothers, $24.99 on the Stetson label. Lisa Montgomery wants Hank Williams. That's so to Lisa Montgomery. Queen price. I told her I would take $33.99 for it. We got it marked for $39.99. $33.99 on Queen 2. It's an OG 74 Santa Maria press. Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. Gatefold, $34.99 on Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. Van Halen's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $49.99. Dance the Night Away. Bottoms Up, You're No Good. And Beautiful Girls is also on that album. In shrink wrap, $49.99. The Buddy Holly Story is in partial shrink wrap, $34.99 on the Buddy Holly Story, $34.99. Brent Rabley said he'll take the Queen. That's $33.99, Tanner. $33.99. I overlooked a Boston album. Boston, self-titled debut, $34.99. Original label, Boston self-titled, $34.99. Jigsaw, white label promo, $12.99. And Neil Young Reactor, $19.99. Neil Young Reactor. I'm going to go get another bottle of water. Let me clear off. I've had some Panera Diet Coke, which is watered down now. That's time for the trash can. And I'm going to go grab a bottle of water and pour some of these caffeinated things in it. The Louvin Brothers? I may have accidentally pulled that. Oh, did somebody ask? Yeah. Oh, the Louvin Brothers was $24.99. $24.99. You get a bottle of water. Actually, I'm gonna fix one of those. I'll come back and do that in just a second. Okay. Let's see here. We have price on Louvin Brothers. That was $24.99 on the Louvin Brothers. $24.99 on the Louvin Brothers. Hey, there's another David Bowie. Man, there's some great records in here. $34.99, Ziggy Stardust. It's a black label, probably mid or late 70s pressing. Super nice, though. One of the most important albums in rock history. Moon Age Daydream. That's one of my favorites. Ziggy Stardust, $34.99. Next is Michael says, I'll take the Vintage The Wall. Now, that was in either, what crate was that in? That was a crate we had. We have a copy of The Wall tonight. That's Tusk. Wall. I don't think it was in the last crate. No, that's the Ohio Players. It was it a new arrival tonight? I know we have a copy. Usually you can see that thing from the top of a crate. I don't think we sold it, and I know we had one tonight. It's either in that crate or the one underneath it. So, Michael, we'll find out and pull it for you. Craig said he would give $28.99 for Boston. Okay, he actually said $28.43. How about we bump that up to $28.99 and I'll sell it to you, Craig. Can you deal with that? $28.99 for Boston. Edward Star Wars said he'd give $19 for the Louvin Brothers. That's sold to Edward Star Wars for $19. Where's the Leuven brothers? Right there. That's sold to Edward for 19. Jonathan gets to David Bowie. Any 80s metal night? Maiden, Metallica, Raven, etc. David Bowie, Jonathan, you were second. And what'd you take? $24.99 for the cars in the previous crate. Are you talking about the car self-titled? I would do $28 on that, David. And do we have any Maiden, Metallica, Metal? Metal has come and gone for the week. We did a bunch of that last night. It occasionally, we have some at least every week, but we have all brand new stuff. I mean, I have a slew of new Iron Maiden records. I've got a slew of Metallicas. Actually, we have all Metallica albums in stock. I try to keep it that way. I consider myself a fan. Right, Tanner? Metallica, this is not Metallica. This is Pink Floyd. Tanner was too busy looking for The Wall. This is sold to Michael Herrera. VG Plus $14.99. If anybody's new to our page, I ran a pretty big Facebook ad advertising a metal sale for Thursday night. So I think a lot of people liked our page and Instagram looking for metal records. If you can tune in whenever, watch our post. You know, we'll definitely advertise what night we're selling metal records. They'll all be put up for auction. Some of them end up in the buy it now bins. Every once in a while, there's a leftover. There's some kind of stray leftover metal record that'll pop up in a bin, but most of that stuff is shot on sight. It's gone. You won't see it just walking around in public. Night Ranger, 7 Wishes, Japanese pressing, $35 start. So we have a Japanese insert. This is another Night Ranger album, 7 Wishes. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. That's a $35 start. And Hey Jude. This is a collection of basically Beatles songs that was not on any of their albums and some of the B-sides. Now there's a full expanded set of those called Past Masters, which we don't have in stock right now. I need to order one. But Hey Jude has songs such as Can't Buy Me Love, Paperback Writer, Rain, Lady Madonna. Those are all songs that the Beatles released and never did put on any of their albums, which to me is incredible. Revolution. The song Revolution was never on any of their albums. It's kind of on the White Album, but not that version, not the charged up version. Hey Jude, Don't Let Me Down. Incredible. That's a $55 start. $55 start. This is near mint and pristine. Perfect sleeve. Perfect jacket, perfect inner sleeve, or perfect insert. Really nice obi. $55 start on Hey Jude. Really cool. U.S. Flag Series number 25. Okay. David says, yes, he'll take it. That was the Cars. He said he would take it for $28. Or did you already pull that? We didn't. It's right here. David, you get the Cars for $28. Was there anything before that? Craig said, okay, that was $28.99 on Boston. $28.99 on Boston. We already sold. I was hoping to see the Razor record pop up. Interested in metals. So we do have some things left over from last night. Some of the thrash stuff. I think we sold Razor Executioner Song. Let's see here. Let me see if I see any of the most of the thrash stuff got gone. Let me see what's in this other crate. I still got this box set. Surprised no one bought this. This is called Heavy Metal. What was this one called? It's a French unofficial. It's $149.99. It's an unofficial French compilation with Venom, Iron Maiden, Saxon, Sabbath, Scorpions, Ozzy, and Motorhead. It's an unofficial box set. EX Plus $149. Metallic Death. 500 made, 1979, 3 LPs. And that's it there. So there it is. Heavy Metal Holocaust. That was what it was called. And that was $149.99. That was like a surprise leftover from last night. And what was underneath this one? I was looking for any of that. Let's see. We still got Swizz. Don't want to get too deep into this stuff. We still got a Manowar record and King Diamond. Yeah, here's a couple things still left. Let me show a few of these. I can't believe these didn't sell. This didn't make it to the... I didn't really put these in the can't believe didn't sell bin because I hadn't made it left. But we have Manowar, Into Glory Ride, VG cover, VG plus vinyl, $59.99. Sacrifice, Torment and Fire was a beautiful OG 1986 U.S. press with insert, $99.99. King Diamond, Fatal Portrait, 1986 Dutch import, VG Plus $74.99. Executioner in the Name of Metal, 1986 U.S. Press of Inserts, $74.99. And Thrust, Fist Held High, VG Plus $34.99, 1984 U.S. Press of Insert. There's kind of a sample of some of the kind of stuff that's left over from the last night's sale. Okay, back to this bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. $55 and $35 starts on those. Lou Reed, the blue mask, has a little bit of cover damage down here at the bottom. $24.99 with the cover damage being taken into consideration. The Rolling Stones, Love You Live. The Rolling Stones is $44.99, Love You Live. Ray Charles Live is $34.99. Ray Charles Live, $34.99. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, $34.99. 2LP foil cover, that's a Beatles compilation called Rock and Roll Music, $34.99. Grassroots Feelings. The Grassroots is in shrink wrap, $24.99. Also has that original ABC inner sleeve and mint vinyl. The Grassroots is $24.99. The Grassroots Feelings. I Won't Be Home No More, Hank Williams, $16.99. Also have the Best of Nelson Riddle on Capital Star Line, $9.99. Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still. Don Henley is $19.99. Has an original inner sleeve. Dirty Laundry, Don Henley. Historia de la Musica Rock, the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones is $24.99. Little River Band, First Under the Wire. Little River Band is $9.99. Golden Hour of the Kinks. Looks like a clock face on the front. It's embossed. This is $24.99. $24.99. Golden Hour of the Kinks. And we have Elvis, Let's Be Friends. Elvis, Let's Be Friends, $9.99 on Camden. Jefferson Airplane, Volunteers. Jefferson Airplane is $29.99. Orange RCA label of Jefferson Airplane Volunteers. Nick Lowe and his cowboy outfit, The Rose of England, $19.99. Donovan Fairy Tale, $14.99 for Donovan Fairy Tale. Cool and the Gang Forever is $14.99. Let's see here. Kicks. Yes, several people have told me about Kicks. I hadn't seen the information up yet. But I'm definitely on the lookout for it. Shane said he'd give 12 for Hank. Let me figure out. Go ahead and sell that to Shane Devers for 12. Abby Billington said 15 on Nick Lowe. That's sold to Abby for 15. We have Eddie Henderson, Inside Out. I will definitely post that as it becomes available to me. Eddie Henderson, Inside Out on Capricorn Records. EX $39.99. Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth. That is the Safety Dance album. EX $31.99. EX $31.99. Safety Dance. And Jade Warrior, Last Autumn's Dream. This is VG Plus $24.99. Vertigo Swirl, 1972 Pittman Press. Jade Warrior, Last Autumn's Dream. Swirl, Vertigo label. VG Plus $24.99. Brent Robley. Man, just sometimes my brain is got to get shocked every time I say Robley. Grassroots, $18. The Last Edition, John Mayall, EX copy, $19.99. Earth, Wind, and Fire Spirit is EX $16.99. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Three Dog Night is EX $14.99. Three Dog Night Naturally, that's EX $14.99. And Youngbloods, The Wind Ride. Ride the Wind. It's ETHEWINDRIDETHEWINDRIDE. Wow, they didn't put any spaces in there. Ride the Wind, VG Plus $9.99 with the insert, the Youngbloods. The Sutherland Brothers, Down to Earth, is EX $9.99. That's a white label promo. Spirit of 76 by Spirit, EX $17.99. The Moody Blues, To Our Children's Children. There it is. It would not be a Coletco show without a Moody Blues title. That is To Our Children's Children. That's our great-great-grandchildren, essentially. This is EX $12.99. The Nylons, EX $9.99. I Cantina, Nuff Said, VG Plus $26.99. And Carole King, City Streets. Carole King is $14.99. City Streets is $14.99 by Carole King. Charles Lloyd, Waves, $24.99 for Charles Lloyd Waves. Chris Christopherson, Who's to Bless, $14.99. Gabriel is a white label promo, $19.99. Also have Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls, $19.99. Lisa offered $18 for I Cantina. That is, what happened to that? I Cantina, that's sold to Lisa for $18. The Ray Charles Story, Volume 3 in shrink wrap, $24.99. Bunky Green, Transformations. Bunky Green is $24.99. Average White Band is $12.99. And the Happy Horns of Clark Terry, VG Plus, 64 mono, $39.99. Abby Billington, Brian Ferry would be $15 if you want that. Abby Billington. Okay, Night Ranger is a $35 buy it now. Night Ranger is a $35 buy it now, and Hey Jude is a $55 buy it now. So 35 on Night Ranger, 55 on Hey Jude, and McCartney's still over there as well. Craig Johnson says he'll take the Hey Jude. Great decision there. That's sold to Craig for $55. Roger Ramjet, you were second. And I'm not going to go through this whole crate again, but I'm going to go through a few titles. And Abby says she'll take Brian Ferry for $15. Jade Warrior, Neil Brashear. Jade Warrior is right here. It's a really cool label too, very collectible. Vertigo label, and that's VG Plus $24.99. Any other Beatles flag series? Zero. There is one, we do have more Japanese stuff, but I do have one more that I have not put up for auction, and that's Loverboy Keep It Up. Loverboy Keep It Up is a $35 start. $35 start for Loverboy Keep It Up. It is near mint and pristine Japanese pressing. I'll put that one up right now for a $35 start. It also has the Japanese insert with it, near mint vinyl. Loverboy is a $35 start. So let's see here. Back part of this crate. Let's see here. We have the Rolling Stones, the Trio, David Libum, Lou Reed, Mungo Santa Maria, Firesign Theater, Jesus Christ Superstar, Deep Purple. There's a U.S. pressing of Hey Jude, $34.99. Apple U.S. pressing. Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde, Dave Grusin, Van Morrison, Neil Young, Van Halen and shrink wrap of Hop Sticker, Buddy Holly, Jigsaw, Neil Young, Lou Reed, Rolling Stones, Ray Charles, The Beatles, Don Henley, Nelson Riddle, The Stones, Little River Band, The Kinks, Elvis, Jefferson Airplane, Kool and the Gang, Donovan, Eddie Henderson, Men Without Hats, Earth, Wind and Fire, John Mayall, and then the first half of the bin there that I just went through. Let me stack some of these up. They're starting to look a little bit out of place. Figure out what I have and have not gone through. Let me put these new arrivals from the night over here in this bin. Some of tonight's new arrivals. There's the Halloween and the Taylor Swift. The Deep Purple was $29.99. Deep Purple was $29.99. Carol S. Puckett. $29.99. I'm going to put away the Razor's Edges. Let me show these one more time. I'm doing a little cleanup here. AC/DC was $31.99 for the Razor's Edge. I'm going to put those back over here in the AC/DC bin. I've got a lot of their discography in stock. We carry quite a bit of those titles. Let's see here. Carol says, I think I'll pass. Don't forget, this is a buy it now best offer bin. Okay. That's the stuff I just went through. How much of that's left? Quite a bit. Okay, so that's stuff. That's a crate. That's a buy now best offer crate I went through. Let me move this off the table. Okay, I guess to continue with the show, I guess we need to do at least one more crate, which I'm going to have to go to the back and fill up. So, nobody go everywhere. Let me get an empty crate, which I just made several. Let me go to the back, fill up the crates. We'll probably do at least one more crate. Depends on how much y'all buy out of the next one. Lisa, I will sell you the Trio for $18 if you want that. $18 on that. Let me go fill up a new crate. We'll continue with buy it now best offer. I got to go to the back, though, and get some stuff to continue. And Neil said 20 for this. 18 for that for Lisa. Sell that to him for 20. And the Stones price. The Stones was Love You Live. Love You Live is $44.99. And the other one was the Historia del Rock, and it was $24.99. Yep. Dylan was Blonde on Blonde. It's a 1972 Terre Haute press, $64.99. So, J.J. Wilson said, sold Manfred Mann. Manfred Mann. Sucking in the 70s. That was $34.99. $34.99. Okay, and what was the Manfred Mann? Was there a Manfred Mann in here? Or was that from a previous crate? Where was that record at, J.J. Wilson? Any more Japanese auctions? Yeah, I think we'll be able to find a few more while we go through another crate. Let me put these here. Let me grab this gray crate. I'm going to mute my mic while I go to the back and get some more records. So I'm going to be off screen for like 2 minutes. I'm also going to, I got to get something to drink too. So it's like we're going to take a break, but we're not going to end the feed. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Okay, now I got that part done. Now 60 more seconds. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. That'll at least keep the chat going, right? So everybody can see where everybody's watching from. I got to go fix me a energy drink. Okay, I'm back. There's my cherry slush drink. That way we didn't have to stop the entire show for me to make that. We just took a quick pause. It's got a lot of caffeine in it, I can promise you that. Okay. Did I miss anything else? Brent wants to see the Dylan again. Sure thing. That was Dylan. Blonde on blonde. It's a 72 Terre Haute. 72 Terre Haute, which is this second label. But the vinyl, though, is really, really nice. That's from that Wisconsin collection. Really, really nice. Really, really nice. JJ, I will pull that for you. Manfred Mann's Earthband. I know which one you're talking about. He also said sold Moody Blues. Well, your comments come in very odd. They always come in very delayed. But I do have Moody Blues for you too, to our children's children. I will pull that for you though as well. That is sold to J.J. Wilson. Okay. Would I take $50 for it? I will go ahead and sell that to Brent for $50. It is officially the final hour of Friday night. Deals are about to be made. No reason to apologize. No reason to apologize. I will find that for you though. Okay, we have buy now best offer. Olivia Newton-John, totally hot. $9.99 for Olivia Newton-John. Laura Nero, Gonna Take a Miracle. Laura Nero and LaBelle, that's in shrink wrap from 1971. $24.99 in shrink wrap from 71. Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits, $9.99 for Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits. The Very Best of the Everly Brothers, $14.99 for The Very Best of the Everly Brothers. Bob Dylan in shrink wrap, self-titled, $34.99. A third label on this one, actually. This was on a 6i, a 2i, and now this label. $34.99 for Bob Dylan, self-titled. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Somewhere in Africa, $14.99 for Manfred Mann's Earth Band. The Tender Side of Ray Charles, $14.99. That's a Ray Charles compilation. The Eurythmics Revenge, $19.99 on the Eurythmics Revenge. And the Rolling Stones, not Dirty Work, Undercover, right? Yeah, Rolling Stones Undercover. That's a VG Plus, $24.99 on the Rolling Stones Undercover. David Crosby, If You Could Only Remember My Name. That's a VG copy and VG vinyl. David Crosby, If You Could Only Remember My Name. VG, $19.99 on David Crosby. Major Lance, Major's Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $19.99 on Major Lance. Collections, The Young Rascals. VG Plus, $14.99. Collections, The Young Rascals. The Pretenders 2 is VG Plus, $14.99 on The Pretenders 2. Bob Seger, The Distance. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Near Mint, $29.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Don't hesitate to make a best offer. Eric Clapton, VG Plus, Behind the Sun. VG Plus, $24.99. Rolling Stones, Dirty Work, $34.99. The Rolling Stones, there's the Dirty Work album that I had in my mind. Herbie Hancock, Sound System, Near Mint. Herbie Hancock is $19.99. Gold stamp promo, Herbie Hancock. Falco, Jungle Roamer. Falco is an 84 German press, $24.99. And Patti Smith, Horses. VG Plus, $34.99 for Patti Smith, Horses. VG Plus, $34.99. Carol said YR10. YR10 was Young Rascals. Sell that to Carol Puckett for $10. Shalimar, Uptown Festival. Shalimar is $9.99. Carol said, never mind. That's a $50 restocking fee, Carol. Kelly Bagwell offered $12 for Herbie Hancock. Sell that to Kelly Bagwell for $12. David LaFlamme, Whitebird. That is sealed, $9.99. We have Michael Walden, Narada, Garden of Love Light. VG Plus, $9.99. And Thompson Twins, Here's the Future Days. $24.99. Thompson Twins, Here's the Future Days. $24.99. Jay Giles, You're Getting Even While I'm Giving Odd. That's $19.99. Falco does not have Amadeus on it. No, it does not. Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute, is in shrink wrap, $14.99. This one is called Jungle Roamer. Let me make sure there's not some kind of odd compilation. No Amadeus on that. The Guess Who, Wheatfield Soul, is $24.99 on the Guess Who, Wheatfield Soul. Zamfir, featuring the hit single The Lonely Shepherd, that is sealed, $9.99. Firefall Undertow, that is sealed for $19.99. Chili Whack, Lights from the Valley, that is sealed for $19.99. Little Richard, 22 original hits, $19.99. Low from Testament, we have a waiting list for that. It's music on vinyl, $44.99. We'll be here next week. John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie, $19.99 on John Fogerty. Ronnie Spector, $19.99 on Ronnie Spector. Naked Eyes. Naked Eyes is $19.99. Ronnie Spector, Naked Eyes. And The British Invasion, Volume 4. That has the Yardbirds, the Kinks, the Hot. Wow, that first side has great tracks on it. $19.99, The British Invasion, Volume 4. And Kansas, Monolith. Kansas is $19.99 for Monolith. Okay. We have Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. $19.99, Thick as a Brick. This is a blue and white Chrysalis label reissue. It's a gatefold, but it is in very nice condition. Jethro Tull is $19.99. Santana is $24.99. Woodstock. This is Santana self-titled, $24.99. Their Woodstock performance was great. Marshall Tucker Band, Tuckerized, is $14.99. Marshall Tucker Band and Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card, $19.99 for APP. Wishbone Ash, New England, $19.99 for Wishbone Ash, New England. That is $19.99. And Uriah Heep, Sweet Freedom, $19.99. Uriah Heep, Sweet Freedom. Seals and Croft, that's a sealed copy for $19.99. Shindig, it looks like a compilation. The Searchers, Ruby and the Romantics, Linda Scott, Shirley Ellis, Johnny Symbol. That's on Cap Records, $14.99. The Jim Hall Trio. Jim Hall Trio is EX, $24.99 for the Jim Hall Trio. Strange Advance 2, $9.99. Strange Advance 2, $9.99. Porgy and Bess, highlights from the George Gershon's Porgy and Bess, $9.99. CSS Planta. I don't know what this is, but it's sealed from 2013. $24.99 on CSS Planta. September 1st by September. $19.99 on September 1st. Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs. That's VG Plus condition. $16.99. Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs. VG Plus condition, $16.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. $19.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Styx, Pieces of 8, is a VG Plus, $14.99. Styx, Pieces of 8, VG Plus, $14.99. Oasis, Kitaro, that's $9.99 in shrink wrap. Exchange, Into the Night, $9.99 on Exchange, Into the Night. What do we have here? It's a 12-inch single from All Men Are Beast, The Male Stripper, Man to Man Meet Man Perish from 1986, $24.99. Man to Man Meet Man Perish. Mike Marine, Agent of Liberty, 1986 German pressing, $9.99. Mike Marine, Agent of Liberty. Let's see here. Got a couple of other odd 12-inch singles in here. This is Friends and Company, Manhattan Express, Bad Girl, and Eddie Drennan and BBS Unlimited. Let's Do the Latin Hustle from 1977. That's $19.99. Lookout Weekend, Debbie Deb, and Lookout Weekend also by Debbie Deb from 1984. $19.99. Hazel Dean, Searching, I Gotta Find a Man, and Searching, I Gotta Find a Man. That's $19.99. Figure out which way that was. Got it a little bit backwards, I think. Either way, that's $19.99. Champion. Champion is a white label promo, $9.99. Art Garfunkel, Lefty. Art Garfunkel is $9.99. The Essential, Country Joe McDonald, is $19.99. And two more. Madonna, Keep It Together, $24.99. And 20 Original Winners, Volume 1, $12.99. 20 Original Winners, Volume 1, $12.99. Roger Ramjet said Jim Hall, 18. Let me figure out what Jim Hall was. What was Jim Hall? Let's see. Mike Marine must be somewhere in here. Exchange, Jim Hall. I don't remember seeing something of Jim Hall Trio right here. That's sold to Roger Ramjet for 18. was the record label, like who put it out for Champion? That is not the Champion you're looking for, Sean. This is on Epic Records. White label promo, Epic Records, $9.99. Okay. Everybody's gotten sleepy on us, I think, Tanner. Tanner agrees. Everybody's gotten way too sleepy with us. Matt Kamer said he'd give $25 for Patty Smith. It's sold. Patty Smith for $25 to Matt Kamer. May have to say we'll be back tomorrow. Everybody's like, either there's not anything in here you wanted or they didn't realize you could make offers on them. Matt Kamer got $25 or got Patty Smith for $25. Joy Cleghorn said Olivia Newton-John for $8. Now, the first record I showed was Olivia Newton-John Totally Hot. Is that what you're making an offer on for $8? If you are, I'm going to sell that to you, Joy, because I also think you're a first-time buyer. So thank you and welcome if that is true. That's sold to you for $8, and that is near mint pristine. Is there any requests? Now, I guess now would be a great time for a request since I've really can't find what you're looking for. Maybe you can tell me. If not, I'm going to stop the show, go eat the rest of my supper, and start getting ready for pricing stuff for tomorrow night. So, second time buyer. Okay, Olivia Newton-John is sold to you. Maybe there's something you're looking for. Rolling Stones boots. I have none that I can go to. Do I have some possibly? A half off bin. I don't think I have anything up here everything up here is too recent. We've been through all the half off stuff. The Cure. The titles by The Cure I have are, let's see, the titles by The Cure I have are Wish and The Top. That's it. I have Wish and The Top by The Cure. That is it. Wish and the Loverboy first 2 albums. Well, we should have those somewhere. Early Steve Miller. Those come in occasionally. I don't have any I have right now. Do you have any more Chris Cornell's? Higher Truth. I have 2 copies, I have 2 copies left of Chris Cornell Higher Truth. I have 2 copies left, $44.99. Any Ben Harper other than the 7-inch? No on that. Any Tori Amos stuff? No. Jefferson Airplane Red Octopus. We should definitely have that somewhere. That's usually shown every night. I don't know where one is right now. I'd have to find that. I'm looking for stuff that I can go straight to. Don't have a Beatles. I don't have Steve Winwood. I don't Oasis. I may have What's the Story Morning Glory. I may have 1 copy of that left. I don't think I have any Spandau Ballet. Matthew Christ said sold on Chris Cornell. That's sold to Matthew Christ. There is no Man of War. Fleetwood Mac Magic Woman. I don't have that. Eli, you will be on a waiting list for Lateralis. You and 2 other people. Or you and 1 other people on Lateralis. Don't have anything by Jawbreaker. Nope. Rolling Stones box sets. Nope. The only box sets I have, Led Zeppelin, Rush, Rat, Otis Redding, Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, Smashing Pumpkins, Soundgarden. I see Rush, Steely Dan, Motley Crue, Genesis, Kiss, Jimi Hendrix, Tool, more Rush, and a lot more Smashing Pumpkins. Craig wants a 2nd pack of outer sleeves, which gives him 2 packs total. So Craig needs another pack of outer sleeves. So he claimed 1 earlier. He needs another 100. Yeah, we did have Steve Miller Band Anthology, which is a great compilation of those. Let's see. 9 Inch Nails, Fragile G. No, definitely don't have that. That would be definitely an auction item. Price on Clapton Behind the Sun. Was that in here, Rich? That was in here, wasn't it? Still great records in here. Clapton. This is VG Plus $24.99. So tomorrow, so who's here tomorrow? Paul's here tomorrow. He'll be pricing new arrivals. I'm going to try to work on some stuff tonight. So we'll have new arrivals tomorrow, but most of tomorrow night's sale, we'll have new arrivals. We'll go through a lot of new vinyl from this week's recaps. But most importantly, tomorrow we'll have a lot. Wherever I went and got these from, we'll have even more like this. I'm going to have more and more on sale buy it now stuff like this. I need a killer deal on Nice House of the Holy. Well, Nice House of the Holy and killer deal usually don't go along together. Usually a Nice House of the Holy, you might get it for a good price, but there's not really a lot of great deals on mint House of the Holy albums. Usually we put those up for auction, but we do have them. I know Wayne's collection had multiple Led Zeppelin albums. Oh, Manowar. We did have Manowar. I told JJ wrong. He was asking about this Manowar here that was left over. Manowar Into the Glory Ride. Into the Glory Ride. JJ, that was a VG Plus $59.99. Oasis Morning Glory. I did. Let's see. I may have a copy of Oasis What's the Story Morning Glory. If I do, they're $38.99. By the way, Loverboy is a $35 buy it now. JJ Wilson said sold on Manowar. Sean, if you want an Oasis, I probably can find one. If I don't have one, then that is good too, because that means I need to order one. So, yeah, tomorrow night we're going to show a lot. There'll be a lot of deals, a lot of auctions tomorrow night. I'm looking for Oasis. I still got 2 copies left of Live Throwing Copper. I've got 2 copies left of that. Joe Bonamassa, Now, Iron Maiden, Loverboy, first 2 albums I mentioned, Judas Priest and Least in the East. I can get that on new vinyl, new Bush album. I do have that. I think I've got 1 copy left of that, Eli, new Bush album. I think I've got 1 copy left. I've got Bad Company over here. Also in the group, let me show that right quick. The Art of Survival is on white vinyl with 32-page book, $36.99. Let me show y'all the group. By the way, our group is right here, Whole Lot of Records. I posted 3 pre-orders. Puddle of Mud, we got several pre-orders on that already. Life on Display, looks like we got several pre-orders on Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story, or Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. That's up for pre-order. Eli says he'll take the Bush album. Hysteria Japanese. I've never seen that before. I do not have Best of Kansas either. Here's another big pre-order. Soul Collected. Soul Collected, that's from Music Online. That's going to be really good. But Extreme has been the most popular pre-order of the day. That's up for bid. I've also got some other stuff I've recently posted. Lots of deals and flip crates, etc., etc. I don't have a Synchronicity Japanese. I have bid 3 pieces, no invoice. Well, that either means you're not getting them, or that means you actually didn't buy anything and maybe you thought you did. Yeah, I think maybe you're getting them. Check your email and check your messages, but we're definitely caught up on invoice, and you should have already got those, and we might have even been sending you reminders. Those go to your email. Those go to your email, Rob. We have definitely sent those to you. Brent just mentioned the single soundtrack. I have them in stock for $44.99. There's 2 ways to get a hold of us, email and messages. If you buy something for sure that week, if you don't have an invoice by Tuesday, then there's something wrong. And you need to check your email that you've sent to us on file or your Facebook Messenger. I got this one guy in the group, and I sent him a screenshot in the comments. I was like, here's the messenger. And he's like, I don't know how to get to that. And he said, my email doesn't work. And I was like, wow, that's going to be really hard to get you. I guess I'm going to have to send it to him in the comments. I guess I'm going to send him his invoices in his comments. He said, I don't know how to get to my messenger, and my email doesn't work. And I was like, wow, well, there is no way we can get you an invoice then. I mean, I guess we can. I don't know how I could get it to him. Comments or something. But he's local sometimes. He comes here sometimes and picks up. But so I was like, man, you should be able to get to your Facebook Messenger. Should be able to get to your Facebook Messenger. All right. So Rob, let me know. Send us a message if you know that. Last thing, what about a Metallica load? We've got that. Metallica load is $39.99. We have load and reload. I like reload because it has fuel and memory remains and the Unforgiven 2. But load is good too because it has King Nothing and Hero of the Day and Until It Sleeps and Bleeding Me. And that is $39.99 for load. $39.99. Mail him. Yeah, paper invoicing. Could y'all imagine if we did paper invoicing, Tanner, and hand-addressed envelopes and sent them out? That would be wild. Hand-addressed paper invoices, and then everybody mailed us cash and checks. Whew. Circa 1953 style. Let's see here. Chris Cornell, if you still have one. Eli says he'll take a load. Tanner, that don't have a sticker on. Got Bush. And we got the last Chris Cornell sold to Scott Snee. Chris Cornell, last copy of Higher Truth. That's sold to Scott Snee. I need to order another. I ordered 1 dozen. I've ordered 2 dozen. And now I need to order another 3rd dozen of these. That's sold Chris Cornell. I listened to that whole album too. Very good. That's sold to Scott Snee at 1953 prices. No, most of these... Well, if you were to eliminate everything in here released prior to 1953, there probably wouldn't be anything left. I don't think there's anything in here as old as 53. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? Fred, if you've sent us a message, we will... Fred Carnell, if you've sent us a message or email, I promise we will take care of what's ever going on with that. You can count on it, I promise. Any other request? Eli's rolling off request. See, I like that. Load, Bush's new album. I've got those. We might have somebody's like, I'm looking for a first press of Velvet Underground and Nico. And I'd be like, well, we don't have that. I wish we just had those laying around. So we also have this Chris Cornell, which is his anthology, his hits compilation, $49.99. And if I don't pay 4 days, well, I typically wait to accumulate enough purchases to make the drive there worthwhile. Well, what we might need to start doing is just sending your invoices without shipping, so you can go ahead and pay for them. If with a lot of people who don't want anything shipped, and you come here and pick up, we ask that you go ahead and pay for them. We'll take the shipping off, and then you can go ahead and pay for them, and then you can come here next year and get them if you want to. So, not next year. Tanner says, we don't want to hold them that long. So, yeah. Tanner's like, no, maybe not next year. But basically, if you pay for it, we're not going to be on to you about coming to get them unless it gets overwhelming. We do have some guys who buy about a crate every week, and they come every week. But we do have some people who have accumulated an entire crate, and it sits up there for like 2 months. They've paid for everything. It's all paid for, but then it's up here for like a month, and we're moving it around, and stuff might get spilled on it, or you just never know. So we want you to come get these as soon as possible before we get, flooded or something like that. The faster you can get these paid for, the better off. So mystery boxes. If you can get 11 Rockets reissues, sweet FA. Yeah, there was 2 I guess their 2 most popular albums slipped by me, but I was able to get some, and I need to get those as well. You can't pay over the phone, but we can take the shipping off your invoices, but we cannot take payments over the phone. But we can send you, we can take the shipping off those invoices. I don't think I have anything by Eva Cassidy, I don't think. Eva Cassidy. We got Marshall Crenshaw, Chicago, Costello, Crash Test Dummies. I don't see anything else. Okay, if there's no other request, I'm going to start working on stuff for tomorrow. Can you post a new customer link? I don't have Facebook. Mark Lent. So yeah, Tanner will do that right now. We need the link to our website. If you don't have Facebook, then we can send you a link to our website. Crash Test Dummies is 100% new. Mark, you've already bought from us before, so you're good to go, Tanner says. We've got your email, and he's bought from us before, right? Yeah. Mark, you're good to go. We've got everything we need from you. We've already sent you invoices, so you're good to go. Okay, with that, I'm going to sign off. My other half of my Panera sandwich from 5 hours ago has been staring at me kind of behind the counter, so I'm going to go eat that. I'm going to start getting ready for tomorrow night so we can do this again for another 4.5 hours tomorrow night. But it takes some time to prepare all this stuff. So I've got to go through stuff, price stuff. I think I'm going to work on some 45s. I need Paul here tomorrow pricing as many vintage LPs as he physically can so we can have hundreds of new arrivals. we'll have the rest of this Japanese. Joe Maynard, if you can still hear me, we'll have the rest of this Japanese stuff ready. Seth really didn't unbox much, but we're going to tonight because we've sold pretty much everything we unboxed tonight, and we have a lot more tomorrow. So that's it. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll be posting some pre-orders in the group because it's still kind of early. I got 2 more big pre-orders to post, and